Hello everyone, welcome back to Under Pressure. Today I'm commentating with Phantomu. How are you today?
I'm doing great today. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm really excited for today. This is my first time commentating for Under Pressure, so I'm really hoping to see some really nice sets.
I believe this is the junior draft,
Mm-hmm.
so these are mostly going to be lower level players. Maybe their first time competing even. So I hope they have a good time.
Mm-hmm. And the first set will be Perfect Persona against Muskrats. And the maps will be on Rainmaker. The first match will be on Rainmaker Undertow, I believe. Yeah. I'm really excited to
Yeah.
see her. I'm really hoping that there's a backline and maybe a few skirmishers. I really love seeing those weapons on this map. Maybe even an expo.
So with lower level teams, the thing I really like about them is like the weapon variety because at that level, a lot of the weapons can work.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
whereas in higher level, it's really limited.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably what I'm most excited to see here.
Yeah. I'm really hoping we see some weapons that are not commonly used. Maybe even like undercover if people do play it in this set. That'd be pretty cool.
That might genuinely
Mhm.
work.
Also,
You never know.
maybe we'll be seeing opening Gambit as well because of how good it is after the patch. And I personally haven't seen it yet in a tournament, and so I'm really hoping to hopefully see it today and the set or the other sets that we commentate.
Opening Gambit on Nova is something I've been seeing quite a lot, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
not particularly sure how it works. Do you perhaps have any idea?
It's like really good for very aggro weapons. So if they have an aggro comp, then that would be good for that. And it looks like the match is starting to have Flingza Roller and Arrow Spray and
Ooh, double flanger.
Sculpture Range Blaster. This is very interesting. Very excited to see how this goes.
There's not the only like aggressive sort of shooter here are the dualies, and it looks like muskrats are gonna be getting the flop here. Oh, but
No, I don't. They're probably gonna lose it.
oh,
Two going down on Muskrats, and three,
good job.
all of Perfect Persona going down. This is a really good lead for Muskrats. They can definitely get a really nice amount of points if they can hold this push.
They don't seem to be pushing left here. I wonder what plan they're gonna go for. Perfect Persona seems to be staggering quite a bit, but the Rainmaker goes down from the Booyah Bomb. And will they be able to get it back to mid?
Sadly, I don't think they'll be able to hold this push on right, though if they are able to get their Rainmaker back, they could quickly push it on left.
Things aren't looking too great for Perfect Persona here. 3 of their members are down, but the Rainmaker is struggling quite a bit to get it up that ramp.
Yeah, and even though they are struggling, it is still a really good hold, like stopping Perfect Persona from being able to get any points and be able to push into mid. And two
Oh, the
going down
dueling
Muskrat. This is
FPS squad.
all of Muskrat's going down. This should be Perfect Persona's chance to push up and get some really nice points in if they can coordinate well.
That was a great quad there.
Mm-hmm.
They might be able to get a push in here, depending on who gets the pop. A Kraken gets popped
Ooh.
here. It seems to be getting pushed back a little by the Rainmaker.
It looks like the Perfect Persona is setting up their push and are able to get a few picks. If they're able to get some more, then they'll definitely be able to get as many points as they can. It looks like their Rainmaker goes down. This is definitely the end of Persona's push. Though Muskrats now has a chance to get back into mid and get some more points if they're able to get the necessary picks. So sadly, their Rainmaker does go down. This is going to be a very back and forth set. They're constantly pushing into each other's bases and then losing that push, and then just reverse. So I'm really interested to see how long this set is going to be.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen quite a lot of wipeouts or like numbers advantages and disadvantages here. And they've been holding out pretty well. The range blaster here getting two picks, which is quite impressive. They are not able to get the third though.
Oh, it might, the Rainmaker might be able to get up that ramp. If, that sadly might not be it. They might be positioning, yeah, they're gonna get into a spot where the Rainmaker is okay to drop off into. It looks like they're just now backing up into mid. But though the Range Blaster getting 2 picks, are they gonna get a third?
Oh, the
Ooh.
Rainmaker gets to sneak up that ramp.
Oh.
Will they be able to KO?
Yep.
That one was
But
there.
yeah.
Oh no, that's really, really close. Close call by the Flingser.
The Range Master did a really good distraction on the left side, allowing the Rainmaker to get up into their pedestal very quickly and safely. That was a really good job from that Range Blaster.
Yeah.
It looks like they're going to be continuing their push again, maybe just stalling and forcing Persona to not be able to push up and get any points. The Range Master doing a really good job of positioning themselves and getting the kills that they need. It looks like Muskrats gets all wiped out. This might be where Persona can get the points in and get the lead if they're able to push up well.
I think it'd be really advantageous for them to be pushing up left here, because we haven't seen anybody push left so far in this match. But unfortunately for them, everyone goes down except for the Aerospray, which also does go down to the Rainmaker pop, and that puts Musky Muskrat at another advantage.
Yeah, though Muskrats are constantly able to push up onto the ramp, Perfect Persona is also doing a really good job on defending and stopping them from actually KOing. If they're able to continuously get the picks that they need, they'll definitely be able to get a really nice push on the left side.
Looks like Perfect Persona were all pushed into the corner over there. Musky Muskrats, if they're able to stall that for the rest of the match, they should be able to take the first game.
Yeah, 100%. They're doing a really good job of just holding and constantly getting back in once one person dies.
I should also mention Perfect Persona is doing a really good job at making sure they don't KO.
Yeah, this might be it for Perfect Persona. There isn't a lot of time left.
Overtime?
Oh? Yeah,
Nope.
they just got into a spot where they could reach the Rainmaker and be in a safe area. That was really nice positioning for them. It looks like the first game goes to Muskrats. And that was really interesting. Though they weren't able to KO, they did a really good job of just holding it onto the enemy ramp and not, like, letting them get any points in. It looks like the next game is going to be a Clambus on Manta Maria. I'm really excited for this. I absolutely love Manta Maria. And I'm really hoping to see a Range Blaster again, and maybe the Aerospray. Because Range Blaster can be really good here if they're able to get into the good, like, in really good spots, like on their street and on the right flank. And I'm just really excited to see what they're gonna do for this match.
I'm still not too familiar with this map mode combination actually. We did see Flingser last round, so that'd be interesting to see again.
Yeah, they're probably both gonna have things again. Or I feel like they're gonna at least have some type of roller, because roller can also be really good on this map. I am hoping to maybe see a Dynamo. I think a Dynamo would be really cool. And because of its soda, it can be really good on Gramblets if they're able to coordinate. And everyone gets soda, and then one person goes into the basket to get the jumps, and they'll be able to get a lot of points in just from that.
Do you think any team's gonna be going for the silly Kraken play?
Oh yeah, 100%. Especially since they had a gal, they'll probably be yeah, they're gonna be sticking to this. And they have a Dynamo Roller! Ooh! It looks like Muskie still has the same comp. Though I'm really excited to see what Perfect Persona is gonna do for this match. I'm really excited to see the Dynamo play.
I find these comps really interesting actually. In the previous match, there were not many aggressive front lines at all, and the dualies already go down.
It looks like Muskie Muskrats are immediately gonna get a nice hold onto mid and getting a very nice pick on Dynamo. Dynamo, like, being on the field is really bad for the enemy teams since they have the really good fall off damage and they have a lot of range, especially on Manta Maria, so it was a really good choice for them to immediately get them out. It looks like they're immediately getting a nice score in. 3 going down Perfect Persona. They'll definitely be able to get some nice points in. Hopefully Perfect Persona can get big enough.
And they missed the other clam throw.
Oh.
That must be really tragic. I know how that feels.
Mhm. So now Perfect
Um,
Persona are going to be able to get back into mid and paint and get a good hold on it. And hopefully be able to set up for a push very soon. Looks like they're popping strikes. One going down on Perfect Persona, two going... Oh, two going down on both teams. This is
and now they're
2v2 right
even.
now. If they're able to get the correct picks, so we're able to hold mid very quickly. It looks like T-Tech gets a pick on Greats, which will be very good for them. They're very close to a ball. They may have to score very soon.
They don't see they don't
Oh.
see Musky Muskrats. Shocking here, but they do
Nope.
manage to trade with the tri-strike.
Yeah, though they couldn't get that score, and that was still a good trade. Getting that things out would be very beneficial for them since they can stop the missile spam. From like being able to like stop them, from getting good push-ins in. Looks like one person going down on the flank. That's definitely it for Muskie's push. Perfect Persona will definitely be able to get back into mid very quickly. Oh, it looks like two going down on Persona, one down on Muskie.
And that's a wipeout.
That's a wipeout on Persona's
It's very
side.
likely Muskrats will be able to get another push in.
Yeah.
I wonder how long they'll be able to hold this out for.
I feel like they could hold this one for longer than they did last time. Like now that the Range Blaster is getting into a good spot to get some shots in.
Picks.
Yeah,
This might KO here actually.
Yeah, the Range Blaster is very important on pushing up on this match since they can easily get the people behind the walls and easily be able to defend their enemy basket, allowing their team to get as many clans as they can in.
Perfect Persona did a pretty good job at pushing Muskrats away there. Because of that, they might be able to get another push in. Unfortunate that the clam carrier had to fall off the map.
Yeah, and it looks like though the Persona was about to get a good control of it, but sadly got caught off guard by the Range Blaster, and it looks like Muskrats might be getting another push in very soon if they're able to get enough clams and a good push in.
It looks like Muskrats really want to get in another push, and they are able to wipe out. Will they be able to get another clam in though?
Yeah, that jump from Muskrats was very good. Yeah, but that jump distracted two people, allowing them to get the last two people in Persona, which allowed them to score, which was very, very good move from that person who jumped in. It looks like that's going to be the end of their push, and it looks like Persona's going to be pushing in very soon into mid. They just have to get the paint in, and they'll definitely be able to hold it very easily.
Yeah. Perfect Persona is able to outplay Musky Muskrats, and that's something they should be taking advantage of. Oh, but the crab goes down to a flank by the Flingza. That was quite interesting.
Oh, they might be scoring. Oh, very unlucky. They were very close to getting that clam in.
They were very close. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Muskrats gets another clam in. This might be where they KO.
Yeah. Will they KO before the timer goes out?
Yeah, they should. They should say one more. Oh.
Are they able to get another clam in? No.
Oh. Really unfortunate.
Perfect Soda could, you know, still possibly get a push in through overtime. They do have a clam, and if they get enough kills,
though they could get a push in. Yeah, though they may get a push in, they do not have enough clams, so this will most likely be it for Persona.
It might happen. Nope.
There isn't enough clams on the map for them to get lead.
They're very close. Very, very close.
That was a good game, though. Persona did a good job on stopping their pushes and getting a lot of wipeouts.
You know, it must be really stressful on Persona because they had to stop so many pushes.
Yeah. Though
Also,
that
Oh, nothing. You can continue.
And well, the next game will be Smartzones on Macomar. I'm gonna assume Muskrats will stick to their same comp since their comp will definitely still work with this map mode. Though if they don't, I'm really hoping to maybe see an Explosion. Explosion can be really good on this map, especially for a backline. And because Persona tends to have like a more longer range weapon, I'm really hoping that maybe they can have a backline or Expo. Or even Splatling, because Splatling will be really good on here as well.
I definitely think Expo would work well on zones, especially.
Mm-hmm.
They can hold off.
Mm-hmm.
They can hold the zone really, really well.
Yeah. Also, if Persona does have the Expo, they'll definitely be able to have a better chance of fighting that range blaster, since in the last 2 rounds it is proved that they are tending to struggle against the range blaster since they're getting really good they're getting into really good spots and getting really nice picks. So if they have an Expo, then they'll definitely be able to have easier time against their range. Looks like the third match is now starting. I'm really excited to see what weapons they have.
Oh, one of the users have an undercover badge.
Oh, they're so
Just
real.
wanted to point that out.
Also, they both have
respect.
Yeah, they both have the same comp, so which are still both really good on here. I'm really excited to see how it's going to be played out, especially with the Dynamo and the Arrow Spray. The Arrow Spray will be very good on here with the bomb spam if they do that.
If the Flings is able to professionally missile spam, it might be, they might be able to have a really good advantage here. Looks like Oh, that's a wipeout. Immediate wipeout. That's very well played by Musky Muskrats.
Yeah, Muskrats immediately got into a really good
They don't see the player on the rail.
Uh-oh.
But they do get picked off.
Yeah. Well, Muskrats are getting into really good spots to hold mid and stop Persona from pushing in. They're doing a really good job of just keeping them out and getting their specials to keep the zone. And they might be able to KO very quickly if they're able to keep this up.
Yeah, they have a really strong hold on the stack there. Oh, but the Booyah gets popped. So does the Kraken. They might be able to... Oh, that's a pick. They might be able to flip zone here. They should be able to flip zone here.
Yeah, they're just getting that last kill. Uh-oh. It looks like Muskrats did a good job of distracting, causing them to not be able to get that zone.
Ooh!
Oh!
Whoa!
And they got a last second cap. Just because of that, Persona does have another chance to win this match. And it looks like the Dynamo is getting into a very aggressive position to hold their right stack. And they do get a pick on the Range Blaster, which is very good for them, since that Range Blaster can be very dangerous on this map.
Musky Muskrats are staggering quite a bit, and they have to be really careful if they want to take the zone back again. It looks like they are... Perfect Personas all grouped up on that stack there, and it's just the Arrow Spray. And they were keeping a good job at staying alive.
Yeah, they did a really good job of holding that zone while they were pushing up earlier, though sadly they were down players, allowing Muskrats to get that zone. Though they still do have another chance of winning, and I'm really hoping to see if they can get that zone back.
Yeah, I find that last second zone flip is really advantageous for Perfect Persona, because they still have a chance to get it back now. If Kraken gets 2 picks, they might be able to flip it again. That's a wipeout.
Yeah, Persona got a really good wipeout on Muskrats. If they're able to get back into zone quick enough, then they'll definitely be able to hold it for a really good amount of time. Ooh, it looks like 1 going down on Muskrats, so this is immediately a good advantage for Persona. If they're just able to get that Tri-Slosh out, 3 going down.
And the Flings are on the side now.
Yeah.
The Flings is staying alive, giving jumps. The Range Blaster's trying to take stack.
Range Blaster getting into a really nice spot, but they'll immediately got really good picks there. That Range Blaster...
That's a quick wipeout.
Yeah, the Range Blaster getting up on their left stack was really good choice for them because they can space out and immediately get the people on the very small zone. And it looks like Muskrats just can be defending once again. They're doing a really good job of just holding and stopping Persona being able to push up and get into the zone. And that Range Blaster once again getting really nice picks and getting into really good positions to really benefit them. And this might be it for the game, actually. Yeah, that's it. That was a really good
Yeah,
game, though.
it
Yeah,
was. It was.
Persona did a really good job of pushing up and getting that zone, especially the last second. I thought that Muskrats might have lost this round.
Yeah. No, I really didn't expect that last second zone flip.
Mm-hmm. They did really good this set, even though they did lost. So I really enjoyed watching that Dynamo. I absolutely love Dynamo Roller. And
I'm really,
that,
I'm really glad to have seen Gold Aerospray played on comp actually.
yeah, I absolutely love Aerospray. So that is it for the first set. We'll be going on to the second set very soon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be seeing you later.
welcome back to the second round. I'm here with Phantom. How do you feel about
Phantom jump scare?
jump scare? How are you feeling about the first round? I thought that was really good. I'm really excited to go into the second round.
First round was great. I loved seeing the underused weapons.
Yeah.
I loved seeing dualies instead of splash.
Yeah. And the first match for second round will be Tower Control on Surgeon Shipyard. The teams that'll be fighting in the set will be Prawn to Be Wild and Disgusting Dogs. I really love their team pictures. That's actually really cool.
I love the Disgusting Dogs team picture. That's like really well made.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what they do for this map. I'm really hoping to see like backlines for Surgeon. I really like backlines on this map. It can be really good for holding mid. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see what they're gonna play. What about you?
I'm kind of interested to see how they'd utilize the pendulum in the middle of Sturgeon Shipyard. It's not something people usually pay attention to, but I find it really interesting when people actually like try working with that pendulum.
Yeah, sprinting can be really good for pushing up because you'll have more like height, and you'll be able to like get a hold of their court easier, and you can like especially crabbing up on like spinner is like really good when pushing up. And even if they can't, just getting up on their snipe is really good for holding their court when trying to push up a tower.
Having a backline on the enemy snipe is actually really powerful. It's really easy to KO once you get your backline on the enemy snipe.
I'm also really hoping to maybe see like a brush here, because I know that brush can be really good on Sturgeon, so it'd be really cool if one of the teams did have that in this round.
Yeah,
Looks
brush
like-
would definitely be interesting, actually.
Yeah, it looks like the second round is now starting. One of them do have a brush badge, so Dynamo and Carbon.
Whoa.
Ooh, okay, Wiper Machine Junior Frieza. This is actually really interesting. I'm really excited to see how they're gonna play, and their Dynamo is gonna be playing very aggressively with their build. So I'm really excited to see how they're gonna do this round.
Oh, Dynamo's immediately gonna be pushing, is immediately going to be taking their snipe. Disgusting Dogs going for a push, but then immediately backing up. Dynamo might be able to get loads of picks here because Disgusting Dogs are all, like, clumped together.
Yeah, and they're getting a really nice, immediately, like, opening push and getting some really good points on. If they're able to keep this up, they'll definitely be able to push it really quickly into their core. It looks like 2 are down both teams, so it's literally just a 2v2. As long as you can get that...
You have, like, their specials ready. You might be able to hold on here.
Yeah. And as long as they'll definitely be able to get more points in. It looks like their Frieza Roller is making a really huge problem, all but the Dynamo going down. If the Dynamo can back up, sadly not.
Yeah.
It looks like to Be Wild is immediately wiped out, and this is a really good opportunity for Disgusting Dogs to push in and get a lot of points here if they're able to position themselves correctly. Looks like 2 are flanking. This could possibly be it for Disgusting Dogs. Looks like it's not going to be. Ooh.
Try
going
cooking.
down. And Disgusting Dogs, immediately, they'll definitely be able to get that lead here. And they can get a lot of points in. That machine getting into a really nice spot to pressure and hold. It's a really good spot for that tower.
That's
They're getting 2. They're gonna get that third. They got 3. Just a Dynamo Roller. Yeah, that Dynamo's in a really bad position due to all the bomb spamming. This could possibly be it for the game if they can stay on that tower. Oh, just get off for a second.
Oh, the tower battle.
Yeah.
And that's game.
That was a really nice push from Disgusting Dogs. That machine got into a really nice position to get that tower into a safe spot to get as many points as they can. And the next round will be Museum. which I'm really excited for. I really love Rainmaker on Museum. It can be really good for pushing up and getting a lot of points, but it's also really hard because of the choke point. If they can get a really good hold on that choke point, I want to assume they're going to keep their junior, then they'll definitely be able to stop the enemy team for getting any points and pushing up onto their plat. I'm also really hoping they'll definitely like have a long range, at least one, I'm going to assume, since backline can be really good on Museum because of how flat it is, and I'm really hoping to see that Dynamo again. Dynamo would be really fun to watch.
Uh-huh. I generally just really like Rainmaker as a game mode. It has potential for some really interesting plays. Some that you wouldn't usually be seeing in other game modes.
Yeah.
And I remember like a while ago there was a patch on Museum Rainmaker, I mean before the patch, where you could like, there was a silly move by the drop where you could get yourself to 35 points if you had first checkpoint broken.
Yeah, I really like Rainmaker because it can be a really long game. At the same time, it could be over like 30 seconds because as long as you're able to let that Rainmaker move, then they could just immediately run into the enemy pedestals and immediately KO, which is very exciting to see because you can also just like wait in the back and KO without letting the enemy team notice. And I really enjoy Rainmaker. It is definitely one of my favorite modes, and I'm really excited to see how these two teams are going to play for this set.
A Rainmaker speedrun here is definitely possible because in the previous match we saw some players just getting loads and loads of kills at once. Like there were loads of triples and doubles.
Yeah, it looks like Prawn to Wild will be sticking to a similar comp, but Discussing Dogs is bringing out a Range Blaster, which will also be very good on this map. Range can be very threatening with how flat this map is because they're able to see very well, especially with how, because of their dynamo on Prawn to be Wild, they will definitely struggle a lot against the Range Blaster. It looks like Discussing
Rainmaker
Dogs
getting a sneaky first check.
Yeah, Discussing Dogs immediately being able to get that first check would be very beneficial for them. As long as they can get that pop, they'll definitely be able to get some more points in.
They are fighting for their life for that pop. Everybody wants it.
Yeah.
But Prone to be Wild is able to get it, and they should be able to get it off their plat here. Oh, they are not. Disgusting Dogs are holding it up there pretty well. They are being quite annoying on that middle spinner there.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of just holding it, though Discussion Dogs is also doing a really good job at like stopping them from being able to push into mid and keeping that Rainmaker on their plat. This might actually be a very dangerous move for that Rainmaker to back up like that, though sadly Discussing Dogs are not able to benefit from them backing up. And it looks like that they're just going to be trying to get hold of mid very, like, once again. And maybe we'll be able to score some points from this.
Not really. They got picked up pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And it's just Dynamo left. This could be a potential KO here, and that's a wipeout. The Junie will have to do some pretty intense plays if they want to be able to save the game. Oh, Rainmaker's pushing up really far. The Wavebreaker gets 2 picks. And it's once again just the Dynamo left on Prone to be Wild.
Yeah, Discussing Dog is doing a really good job of getting a lot of points and being able to allow their Rainmaker to
That should be a KO.
That's probably a KO. Yeah. A very good game from Discussing Dogs. They did really good this round. They proved how well they manage their comp and use it to fight the enemy team. And they did just a really good job of just stopping the enemy team from being able to push up and get any points at all.
They did a really good job of taking advantages of the enemy staggers. Rainmaker speedrun in I forgot how long, any percent.
Okay, the next match will be Clamazon Brainwater, which would be very good for Discussing Dogs comp because of their Rage Blaster and their Wiper that I do know they have. And they have 2 shooters, which they should be really good for this map mode, so I'm going to assume that they're going to keep the same comp. I'm excited to see what the Prawn to be Wild does. Because though I love the carbon dynamo, it sadly doesn't do as much since they're not able to have as much paint, since they both need a lot of paint to work. So I'm excited to see what they're gonna do for this. It could work if they're able to get a good hold of mid. So I'm excited to see what they're gonna do for this round.
I think Prone to be Wild had double shooter and double roller. If they had enough, if they had like, if they focused more on painting the shooters, they might be able to do some. They might be able to pull off some sneaky roller plays.
Especially for that carbon, the carbon can be really good. Like a factor on their team if they can get like nice sharks and push up very like quickly onto the enemy plat. Carbon can be really scary when they're able to move around a lot. Looks like the third match will be starting right now. Let's see what they're gonna pull out. Oh, Dapple's a big swig. Okay.
Whoa.
It looks like, yep, discussing
Big swig and comp.
Yeah.
I'm very excited for that.
I'm really excited to see what they're gonna do with that.
Prone to be Wild has a lot of paint output and they have two aggressive shooters. Well, T-Tech can be aggressive depending on how it's played. But the Disgusting Dogs is definitely gonna get outpainted here.
Oh, 100%, but Discussing Dogs is getting a really nice pick on their big swig, allowing them to push up immediately and possibly get into their court in a few seconds. It looks like they're just going to be holding mid until they can get their specials, which right now they're able to get their Booyah Bomb, which would be very nice to getting into their court. 2 down Prawn to be Wild, 1 down on Disgusting Dogs. This might be where they can score.
Yep, that's the climb.
Yep. As long as they can stop Prawn to be Wild from pushing up back into their court, they can definitely keep this push. Ooh, but it looks like it may not be happening. This is definitely the end of Dog's push, though they did a really good job on getting a lot of clams in.
They're recovering quite well from that push. Actually, they're still able to keep mid control. Prone to be Wild is still 2 down, and Disgusting Dogs might be able to get another push in.
Yeah, though this Big Swig is doing a good job of just holding with their wall and their huge like shot radius. Big Swig can be really good for defending like small areas, like choke points, especially on this map since it's a very small map.
That'd be a really good time to pop that back, actually. I wonder if they'll be able to do it.
Ooh, looks like 2 going down Disgusting Dogs. That's maybe where Prawn to be Wild can get a push in.
They might be able to do it here, if they have enough specials. Then
Sadly, yeah, this is definitely it. Sadly, they were not able to get a good control of Dog's court. And now it looks like Disgusting Dogs is immediately pushing back into mid and immediately setting up another push into their court. Immediately going in, they're popping their specials, preparing to get as many
clams really aggressive, actually.
Yeah. Ooh, 1 going down to the hammer, 2 going down. A really nice hammer. Triple.
And that's a 3. Nice.
Yeah, that Wiper did a really good job on pushing up. Yeah, as long as it can get clams, they'll definitely be able to KO since they already have a good hold of the enemy court. Yep, looks like that's it.
Clamblet speedrun? Any percent? I forgot how long once again.
Yeah, both teams did a really good job. I really enjoy the comps that they use. And I really enjoyed the set. It was really nice to watch.
You know, the comp Prawn to be Wild had, I feel like that had potential. That had potential. I could see anything.
Yeah, they're just really unlucky. Though that is the end of round 2, and we'll be going into round 3 very soon. So I'm excited to see you guys there. Bye bye.
Yeah, bye.
and welcome back to the third round of Swiss. I'm here with Phantomu, and I am really excited for this. What about you?
Yeah, I'm quite excited too. We have Momo Inc. versus Fabled Flotsam.
They have really
Um,
cute team profiles. I really like them.
yeah, I love the colors in Momo Inc.
Yeah, and it looks like the matches for this set will be spot zones on Hylefish. That's gonna be really interesting to see. They're definitely gonna have a lot of painters on this. I'm honestly hoping to see an Aerospray again because Aerospray could be really good on this map.
It'd be really interesting. Actually, I do wonder if they'll be bringing in Explode because we still haven't seen one yet. Actually,
Yeah, Expo is also really good on here as well. Ooh, and they
Ooh,
have a Kraken
Lita.
Roller, Aerospray, Nova, and a Big
Ooh,
Swig and
Swiffer.
Swiffer. Okay, this is really interesting.
I think this is the first set that actually have like proper backlines.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm really excited to see how this goes because the Kraken will definitely have enough paint to move, and then they'll definitely be able to have an easy time holding the zone. But then again, Fabled Falsab has a really nice, like, more aggro comp.
ooh,
So.
the Swiffer gets a nice pick.
Ooh, damn. Okay.
And that's another one.
Are you gonna get the triple?
The balls blew that ledge. Oh, but they're
Fabled
unable to get the pick there.
Yeah, Fabled Falsab is doing a really nice job of holding zone. I'm really excited to see how this match is gonna go. I really enjoyed their comps. Looks like what is
Yeah.
going on with Falsab? And it may look like that Ink is gonna get the zone back. Do they see the flame?
Zones are, the zones are flipping quite a bit actually. It's gonna be quite back and forth. I'm guessing. Ooh, the roller gets a sneaky pick there. Will they be able to get the other one?
I don't. Oh, it looks like they're gonna pop
Kraken?
Kraken. Oh, they got one.
With another pick, chasing that Squiffer back to that
Yo,
spawn.
they got Flipper.
Sent that Squiffer back to where they came.
Yeah. That Kraken has really nice positioning, and they're doing a really good job of doing their role as the Slayer, and they're getting the really nice picks to allow their teammates to push up and keep a hold of zone. So I think this sadly might be it for Ink's hold on zone. Yeah. But they did get a very good lead. And now Sam is going to be pushing up and making sure they don't get the zone back. And they lost the zone. Okay.
This really is a back and forth game, and it's just another left. They're trying to push up, but Fabled Flotsam is doing a really good job at holding the zone here.
Yeah, this is a very nice back and forth match. This is definitely gonna be a long set. Looks like the Eater gets a really nice pick on heavy. They're gonna get that big swig. They got the big swig.
Pick. I don't often see charges in low level play, so I'm really glad we're seeing those.
Yeah.
Ooh, loads of gems for the elite to pick off.
Yeah, the leader is doing a really nice job of making sure the enemy team can't push up and using their range very well. The two are going to be pushing up and getting a pick. Are going to get the
nice
second?
pick there.
Oh, they got the
That's
leader!
I love this Squiffer.
Yeah, they're doing a very nice job of playing very aggressively while like still able to get picks and not dying a lot. They have really nice positioning. But yeah.
Looks like Fabled Flotsam will be able to hold the zone. I didn't even realize, but they are 1 point away from each other.
Yeah, oh yeah. Ink will
wipeout.
definitely be able to get the zone again. They'll probably be able to get the lead from this if they're able to hold it just for a few seconds. Ooh, they really need to get back in quickly or else they're not going to be able to keep that zone. The Kraken's sadly going down because
This is
of
a really close match.
Yeah.
Looks like Flotsam will be able to get the zone back here. They've got their specials popping out, and yeah, they do. The points are almost equal here, including the penalty.
Yeah. They're doing a very good job of making this a very even game. And the Squiffer getting another pick on that leader.
Aerosplay's going on a flank. Is nobody's noticing?
Oh.
Nobody knows.
It's gonna be a very nice flank if
They
they're
do
able
not
to pull it
know.
off.
They do
Oh,
not
they got
know.
one. that was a really good flank from the arrow spray. Though they only got 1 kill, they did manage to scare off the other team, forcing them to
Yeah, definitely.
back, allowing their team to get zone. It looks like that they do get the lead from that. As long as they can hold this, they should actually be able to KO before the match ends, which I actually assume would happen. The shot going down, the Big Sword pushing up very aggressively, though I think this is definitely
It's just
going
the
to be
Squiffer
it.
left.
Yeah.
The Squiffer goes down.
Though Sam
That's
lost,
game.
yeah, though Sam lost, they did a very good job of holding and playing very aggressively. I really enjoyed how they played their comp. That was very nice.
That was a really great set.
Mm-hmm.
Match, I mean.
Yeah. the next game will be Tower Control and Inkblot. I'm going to assume they're going to keep their leader or maybe switch for a Fire Fin. Though I am hoping to see the backline again, and I'm really hoping to for Float Sam to keep the aggressive comp since they play it very well. And I noticed that the Squiffer use respawn finisher, and I honestly kind of like it because they get a lot of kills, but don't die a lot. So it benefits their play style, which I really like, and I'm really hoping they do stick with that for this entire set.
Yeah, I rarely see Squiffer being played in competitive, and they played it really, really well.
Yeah, I really enjoyed how they played that. It was very nice. I'm also really hoping for them to keep their arrow spray and maybe even the Nova, because Booyah Bomb can be very good for tower control. It can basically just be strikes if positioned correctly.
Something I notice quite a lot in lower level play is a lot of the time people don't watch that flank, that little block that people used to flank. And a lot of the time it actually catches them off guard, and it really turns the tide of the match.
Yeah, the Aerosmith had a really nice flank on that block. They did a very good job of pressuring the other team. And I think if they're able to do that again, it'll be really good if they can get into the enemy bats. Because having the enemy bats is really important for getting a push in. And if they can get a good control of that, they can definitely force the enemy team to back up and allow their team to get a really good amount of points in.
I should mention in the previous match the Elita had really good positioning, which allowed them to get like loads of kills.
Yeah, if they keep backline again for this match, they'll definitely be able to get a lot of picks and be very beneficial for their team. Also, do hope they keep that big swing. Big swing is definitely one of my favorite weapons to watch. It's very interesting, and I really hope they do keep it again because it can be very good for Inkbot if they can get into the choke points and throw their wall there.
I really like seeing how people utilize the weapon actually, because I personally cannot think of any way to make it work.
Yeah. And the second match is starting, and more and more ink does keep their same comp, and Fabled Fotsam has an ink brush now and Dapple Doolies.
That's mega aggressive.
Yeah, though they don't have a lot of paint because of how aggressive their comp is, as long as they can keep, constantly get picks, they'll definitely be able to easily push back more and more ink and constantly be able to get a lot of points.
I was just gonna mention, Elita, the brush might be a really big pain for the Elita, but I noticed that the Elita is able to pick them off immediately.
Yeah, that brush is just running in and distracting and doing a very good job of skirmishing. And it looks like More Ink is going to get the first checkpoint. They're getting into really nice spots to hold that tower, and I don't think they see that flank on the right side. Look, it's a brush, and I think they might honestly they're just trying to skirmish, and they got the leader, which is a very very nice pick. Yeah. So they sadly go down, and this might be it for Ink's push. If that Aerospray can't get
popped, so there might be another opportunity.
And
Aerospray is able to pick off that Squiffer. The push can continue here. Now it's just the Dapples and the Aerospray, but the Dapples win the tower fight.
Oh, and the brush flanking the leader, and the leader also getting a nice pick on the person on tower. this is once again a very back and forth match. They're not able to get that tower out of that alley. Though this may be time for Float Sam to push up, since they're able to get some points in, and they might be able to even get lead from this if they're able to push up quick enough.
Squiff is doing quite a bit of pushing on their own, but Fabled Flotsam has their specials ready, and Momo Inc. has 2 members down, so they can definitely get a push in here. The Squiff is able to get another kill that might count as a trick shot. That was a very cool shot.
Yeah. But Squiffer is doing a very nice job of being able to defend themselves on the tower, and if they're able to push up into the enemy court, Flotsam will definitely be able to get that lead. Though that's definitely it for them. They sadly got pushed back into a corner, and Ink benefited off of it very well.
Flotsam is staggering quite a bit, so they have to be more careful if they want to be able to continue pushing.
Yeah, though this will definitely be where Ink actually, oh yeah, Ink will definitely be able to push up here. That leader getting a really nice pick on the person on tower.
It's just the heavy.
As long as they can get that heavy out,
And that's nice. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll definitely be able to get back on the tower very soon. Get some more picks. So the Squiffer gets the E leader. Are they gonna get a second pick? Sadly
They are
not. Oh,
Flotsam's down 3 again. Momo Inc. is able to push up a little further. The Brush is going for a flank. Unfortunately, they do not get any kills.
yeah, that leader is actually managing that brush very well. They're making sure to keep their range when the brush gets in, so they can pick them off very quickly.
The Brush is running from the roller, but the roller is able to pick them off. Oh, but the roller gets shot from the back by the heavy. That's a nice pick.
Yeah,
the Squiffer seems to be in a pickle, but does get taken down.
Nova getting a pick, as long as they can keep their core, they'll definitely be able to get the second checkpoint. They just have to push that Squiffer back in the heavy. As long as they get those two away from the tower, they'll definitely be able to get a checkpoint very easily. It looks like they're going to be struggling with it, and all of them go down besides the leader. The leader just has to back up and get into a good defensive spot, and they'll definitely be able to keep this game for them.
The Brush tried to rush in for the leader, but actually get picked off by the Aerospray by the side. I didn't see that coming, personally.
Aerospace doing a very good job of playing aggressively. I absolutely love how aggressive they play with it. I go Aerospace definitely like one of my favorite play styles. I absolutely love playing Aerospray.
Aerospray is quite fun. Yeah. Fabled Flotsam is trying really hard to get that tower back to mid, and they might be able to do it here. There is one member from Momo Inc. still on that plat.
Flotsam is doing a very good job of pushing up and defending. I'm surprised that they didn't get KO'd.
We're going into overtime here, but the Kraken might be able to. They got GG Kraken.
Yeah. Though they couldn't get that lead, they just still did an amazing job defending. And that Squiffer had some very nice plays. And the Brush also did a really good job of skirmishing and doing very well.
I really enjoyed watching this. I'm really enjoying this set, actually.
Yeah.
There's loads of amazing plays here to be mentioned. And it's just really nice to watch.
Yeah. The next match will be Rainmaker on Scorchboard, which I'm very excited for. I'm gonna assume they keep their leader, though I'm really hoping they play either a more aggressive backline or have Tri-Swinger or Expo, because this map isn't as flat and can be more beneficial for a more aggro comp. I am hoping that they do keep their that Fabled Flotsam does keep their same comp, or at least keeps the Squiffer backline and the Slayer support with the Painter. They did a really good job last round.
I think they should definitely run Tri-Stringer because Tri-Stringer is a great weapon, and I think everybody should main Tri-Stringer for a greater future.
Yeah, Tracing is a very, in my opinion, it's definitely the best backline. It has very nice range, not too long of a charge, and it can, like, angle its shots, which is very good, and it's very good on Scorch Gorge. So I'm really hoping to see it this round, maybe.
I'm glad you're a Tri-Stringer enjoyer too.
Yeah, I absolutely love Stringer. It's very nice.
Uh-huh. It can definitely like make loads of use from the amount of cover in Scourge. And I find it quite interesting to see Tri-Stringer actually able to get a few picks behind the snipe, if you get what I mean.
Yeah. It's like its ankle shots is very good and it can be very useful on this match. And it looks like round 3 is now starting. I'm really hoping to see what they pull. Oh, okay, silver arrow spray. Okay,
Ooh.
a stamper, and they do keep the machine heavy and swiffer. This is very interesting. Reef Slider, though, isn't the best. It can be very good on Rainmaker, especially with the special power up. And if they can use their Reef Slider as well, then they'll definitely be able to like cause a lot of damage.
I think it'd
Looks
be
like
really advantageous for them if they were able to like use the reslider on the enemy plat.
Yeah, and it's like Fable and so I was immediately getting like a good hold onto mid, and we'll probably be able to get the first checkpoint very soon. They're doing a very
That
good
was
job playing.
great bubble placement by
Mhm.
by the Squiffer there. And they
Yeah, it
should be
looks
able to get first check here.
Yeah, it
Ooh,
looks
the
like they
reef
could get
slider
a
coming
check.
in, but it was just
Ooh.
a little too late.
Yeah, that reset was very good. It's very good for small areas like the court, which is like honestly why I love Reef It can be very good when used well. It
The
looks like
Rainmaker's playing really patiently here.
Yeah,
Um,
playing very patiently is going to be very important when getting equations back. Oh, looks like they're
oh,
lagging.
what's the
Uh-oh.
stamper cooking?
Um, um,
$20 a year. Lovely.
yeah. Woo!
Let's go.
That's so sad. They had a really nice push in the beginning.
Yeah. Hey, at least we get an idea of how they'll be playing again, if this is getting replayed.
Yeah, it'll get replayed. I really enjoyed that Aerospray. They had a really nice roof slider in the beginning. I'm really excited to see how they're gonna play for this match if they can keep their reef sliders in 2 good spots. I'm really excited. Also,
I do hope that doesn't happen again though, because I really want to see how that plays out.
yeah, I really hope they don't DC again. That was very unfortunate.
Because it's Rainmaker, and I really enjoy watching Rainmaker and playing Rainmaker.
Yeah. But also that Squiffer had a very nice opening on the right side, and they immediately like targeted the leader, which is a very good like choice. Getting a backline out like as soon as possible when they can actually hit shots and pressure the enemy team is very important, because if you can get their backline out, you can like immediately push up and get a lot of points in. So that was a very smart move from that Squiffer.
I wasn't really paying attention, but I think there are quite a few spots in Squad Squad where the Squiffer can be taking like really sneaky angles and getting really sneaky picks.
Yeah, I absolutely love Squiff. I'm really glad that they're playing it. I barely see anyone play it. They're playing it very nicely.
They are playing it very well, and I have noticed a
Mhm.
5-star Squiffer badge. I
Yo.
massively respect that.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see how they're going to play. Now they have an idea of how the enemy team plays. For this, it could be completely different. It could be that Ink is going to immediately get a really like quick checkpoint. It could, because like now that they have an idea of how Fabled is going to play on Scorch, it could just be completely different. So I'm really excited to see how both teams are going to handle this match. once it starts, and I think it'll be like I feel like it'll be like a long match since it's definitely gonna be really back and forth. Like the other two matches, I feel like it's gonna be even more back and forth now they have an idea of how they're gonna play on it.
The other two matches were really back and forth, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like there wouldn't be much stalling on Rainmaker, and maybe a bit more. I feel like Rainmaker might go a little more aggressively, but
I mean,
still a bit back and forth, if you get what I mean.
yeah, I mean you can still stall with Rainmaker. Like if the Rainmaker gets into a spot where it's like dangerous for the enemy team to like go into there, like the dead zone on right and left, the like the little flank area. If they can get the Rainmaker there, that'll be very bad for the enemy team, and they're gonna probably have to jump their Rainmaker off because it's really dangerous to be in that spot, especially when they know that you're there because of how small it is and how it's like surrounded by walls, which would allow the other team to just like immediately like defend that area very easily.
Oh yeah. How significant do you feel getting the pop on Squad Rainmaker is?
Uh, I feel like it's not that important on Scorch because like even if you don't get it, as long as you play very aggressively, you can get really good picks. And just playing very aggressively on Scorch is what's most important. Uh, so yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't matter like who gets the pop first. Looks like the third match will finally be starting once again. So
they didn't change the comp,
yeah,
nor did they change the build.
yeah, they're not allowed to.
Oh, okay.
It looks like more ink. Oh,
they're very.
I'm not
lead
sure
is
that.
dropping off that plat, and that is a really interesting play.
Yeah, that leader knows to be more careful of that Squiffer now. So getting that Squiffer out immediately is going to be what's most beneficial.
Nice flank from Aerospray.
Yeah, Aerospray's doing a very good job of protecting that Rainmaker and stopping the enemy team from like stopping the objective. And they do get that checkpoint.
Really speedy fast check here. The brush tried the brush tried the best to stop it.
Yeah.
That's double wave breaker.
It looks like they're just gonna be holding on to Float Sam's port until they can get the picks to push up again.
They might be able to go for another push hit. Oh, but the Rainmaker resets before they're able to push it up any further.
If Float Sam can get a hold of it as soon as possible, they can definitely get a lot of points in. Looks like the Aerosphere popped a Reef Sighter. I'm not sure what happened on that side, but I'm pretty sure they did end up dying.
The brush did try to go for a sneaky Rainmaker push, but they did get picked off pretty quickly.
Yeah,
the
looks like
rolls beneath the ledge. Yeah, the Rainmaker got pushed into a corner again. Squiffer getting a nice pick. Will they be able to get another one behind the bubble? Doesn't look like it.
The Squiffer's doing a very good job of holding the left side of mid and
they are
not
able to pick off they are able to pick off the leader, and that is really significant because the leader plays a really important role in keeping space.
Yeah, Squiffer's doing a very good job of not allowing the leader to pressure at all and allowing letting their team push up with that. Looks like Former Ink will be setting up another push very soon if they can just get onto their plat.
Ooh, the Aerospray is trying to go for a few more picks, but they do get picked off by the Stamper. And the roller's being pushed into the corner there. It looks like they're just gonna ignore the roller and go for a push.
Yeah, Bill Bottom should be able to get that checkpoint. If that was very unfortunate. Well, they did get a really nice push and did a good job of just ignoring that roller, since that roller like isn't that important since they were just like stuck in a dead zone. Well, they
If the
also did
heavy
a
were
good
able
job.
to stay there and give gems, they might actually have had another chance to go for a push.
Yeah, that's okay. They still did a good job of forcing that roller to use their special and not have it for whenever they really need it, though.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like
Fabled
the Rainmaker's
Photon
being
is overextending a little though.
mm-hmm.
I wonder how they'll be handling defense.
Oh,
Ooh.
we're getting a really nice pick. They tried to just run that though. It sadly got stopped by the roller.
That was a really nice play by the Squiffer actually. Took advantage of the user focusing on the Rainmaker.
Warmer Ink is doing a really good job of just holding the enemy court and not allowing Photon to push up whatsoever. And every time they get picked off, they immediately get back in. They're doing a very good job of just playing very aggressively.
They have a Kraken ready. The Squiffer goes down, and the Kraken might be able to get the Rainmaker pushed a little bit further.
That was a very nice crack, and they did a very good job of just making sure that the Rainmaker will be safe. The Rainmaker sadly actually does go down to the Squiffer. The Squiffer did a very good job of just waiting for the Rainmaker to push up to get into their range and picking them off and not allowing them to get any more points in.
Fabled Photon is trying to get the Rainmaker back to mid.
Though,
I don't. Go on.
alright, so though they were like trying their best to get it back into mid, sadly we're not able to since Ink was just waiting in the back and expected them to try and push up. And the Squiffer going down, the two going down. Although I don't think they're gonna be able to KO, they're still going to definitely keep this win. As long as they can make sure that Floatstone cannot get this Rainmaker.
Oh, but according to overtime rules, overtime will be triggering. They might be able to. Whoa, the Rainmaker's gaming.
Ah, really unfortunate.
Rainmaker was gaming.
That brush did do a really good job of running that Rainmaker though. They were very unlucky with how the enemy team was positioned, so they couldn't get any points off of it. They still did a very good job of defending, though they couldn't score as much this round. They still like stopped the enemy from KOing, which is still very good, and I think they did a good job.
Yeah, definitely.
But that is the end of set 3, and we'll be switching off commentators after this. I really hope that you guys enjoyed this, and we'll be going now. Have fun! Bye bye!
Yeah, it was great commentating with you. Where could we find you on social media and stuff?
Oh my god. Confused. I'm on at Aerospray on Twitter. And what are you on?
At Phantomu_ on Twitter. My commissions are open, please commission me. Okay, that should be it for now then.
Are we done? Mental? I must.
Oh. Yeah. Bye.
Wait.
Hi, and welcome back to Under Pressure's Juniors Draft. I am J. King Cass, and I'm joined today by Glitchies.
I'm here. No. Hello. Hi.
Yeah, we are currently on the final round of Swiss, and it's going to be very exciting. I heard that we're going to be playing Mahi today.
Oh no.
So I'm not actually J. King, by the way. Sorry to break it to you guys. It's time. My bad.
I believe they died like that.
I can't believe I know I fooled everybody. So we have on one hand Tilted Tower Control, and on the other hand we have Ignited Inc. And one of these teams is not like the other, I think.
I really don't know what to say. It's my first time, so that may be a bit weird, but I'll try my best.
Don't worry. Well, we have both of these teams are draft teams. And if we take a look at how the matches, Umami Clans. Now, I'm not a fan of Umami personally. I don't like it, but I think I've done a lot of 1v1s on Umami specifically against an E-leader, and they did not end well for me. And I kind of have a bit of trauma there, you know?
Yeah. Personally, I like Umami. Controversial opinion, I know, but I think it's a fun map, honestly.
I can't believe this. You like Umami?
Yeah, shocker, right? Shocker.
I can't believe this. Well, why? I can't even. I'm sorry. I'm trying to articulate what I'm thinking. I can't. So we're going into the first match, and it's going to be Ignited Inc. versus Tilted Tower Control. We see a Steedjet as their backline and a Nova as their support, and all the other two, we see a Splash as the backline.
Oh.
That's not even a backline. These are just a really aggressive comp. Umami is a very flat map, so when you see this flat map, aggressive comps tend to be stronger here, but we also have a Jet in the equation, and the long range can definitely extend across the map.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this is gonna play out. Wait, what's all the weapon choices?
Teams are even right now, 2v2.
Oh.
3v3 now. However, it looks like Tilted Tower Control is a bit more pushed back on their side of the map, but Ignited Inc. just has to take a little bit of control, get a little bit more turf, and then they can probably push up and make a very strong push.
Well, I'm
not bad.
Yeah. Here we see. Going for the push, getting a few clams.
Which is awesome, you know, I love throwing in the little clams personally.
Oh
my god!
Reslider, oh my god.
That is an incredible reslider
wipeout.
into a wipeout mask. That is what I call a Twitter clip, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I agree.
This might even be a knockout. What do you think, Glitch?
I mean, I think with the right push, they could quite. I messed up my word.
That's okay. They only need two more. Here comes one.
One more. Oh,
Here comes
and
two.
the knockout. Wow.
It's over. Wow. Is this not the quickest match that has been streamed this entire tournament?
I think so. That was impressive.
That was incredible on the side of Ignited Inc. Oh my god.
The quad undulator as well. Top it all off.
The quad undulator. Undulator is one of my favorite emotes, you know, and I think like that's just what's giving them the win, honestly.
I think the energy is really playing a big part in this.
Have I mentioned I love Ignited Inc.'s logo? That's so awesome.
Yeah, honestly, I've seen a bunch of the logos and they're really awesome. I like them a lot.
That was such a speedy game, Glitch. What do you think happened there? Like, why did Ignited Inc. get such a strong lead into an instant knockout?
Wait, I think the map control was quite good on the side of Ignited Inc. and that triple kill with the Reflighter really played a big part in the push that they had.
Definitely. Oh, oops. Sorry, my bad.
Oh,
It's Tilted Tower Control
okay,
that actually
well-
won that.
Whoopsie daisy.
So, Tilted Tower Control, in this scenario, you would think that they would play a little bit slower because the Jet Squelcher slows down a comp. Because it's a long-range weapon, it can't really kill super fast, you can't really push up with it. But Ignited Ink didn't really push forward, get a lot of turf control, because they just kept getting picked off. They kept beating, and once they were all backed up, I believe it was the Blue Dapples that ran into Ignited Ink's base, popped the Clammin, popped a Reef Slider, got a triple, staggered them for the rest of the game. They could not get them out. We had the end zap like up on their like tarps, like throwing out like their tacticooler, the brush like running in and out, like getting little picks. Like they just could not get out of their spawn like once they lost that initial fight.
Yeah, after that it was just everything was like, oh, here we go, second game, never mind.
Yes. Speaking of which, Mahi Mahi.
Oh,
I am shocked actually to see the Flingza as a backline now. Missiles
yeah.
is really strong on Mahi zones though, I feel like. Missiles like goes crazy. I mean missiles go hard all the time, right?
Yeah, it's just missiles. Like that's enough to like make people cry.
Real? So
Yeah.
we can already see that Tilted Tower Control, even though they're a member down, are like still trying to hold their area, trying to make sure they have everything down. Now they pushed up a little bit too far, got punished, and now it looks like Ignited Ink is going to take this zone. Getting a lead, but they only have 2 up, and they're both missiled on zone, so that is going to get them at least a little bit of control. This Flingza wants this T-Tech dead. Zone is now neutralized, which means that both teams are going to be trying to paint as much as they can, build a little bit of special, getting some nice pick in a 3v3 situation. Which is a great pick. So now, again, teams are even, but Tilted Tower Control is back in on that zone, trying to get ready and try to maybe take control of the field a little bit, lock out Ignited Ink. But Ignited Ink pops out their strikes and says, that's it, we're going in for a push. They have a bubble, they have a special that they can use to maintain zone, maybe get this lead, maybe even, ooh!
Oh,
And as I say this, Glitch, look what happened.
yeah, this might be it's looking quite good for PTC, Tilted Tower Control, whatever you want to call them.
It looks like Ignited Ink is just having a lot of trouble just like maintaining the area that they've taken.
I think this is looking like a lead, which it is.
Tilted Tower Control does get a very nice lead off of this, and they've been pretty dominant even if they haven't had the lead for this game. As you can see, they're already pretty much locking out Ignited Ink from mid, despite them dropping. This brush is going crazy right now.
Yeah, oh my god, the killer whale. Oh my, wow. Really?
This is Ignited Ink's last push. Do you think they could do it?
I mean, it doesn't look like... Oh, actually. Oh, no.
2v2.
Okay. This is it. And that's the game.
That's the game. That was another very fast game. Ignited Ink definitely put up a better fight that game, but they just didn't push up, and when they did push up, they didn't really check the area around them, and they couldn't get a pick on that brush, who just kept locking them out over and over and over again. Joe was definitely MVP that match.
Yeah, the brush did really good. Getting all the like picks with the killer whale, and being able to hold the zone for that long really helped them get that one.
I agree. What do you think made Tilted Tower Control be so dominant in these first 2 matches, Glitch?
Personally, I just think like they're playing really aggressively and like they're doing a good job at it, and I think that's what's really helping them get the wins here.
I agree. I think Tilted Tower Control is actually really good at locking Ignited Ink out of mid. In the first match especially, like, they have a brush run up, get a pick, They had the Dapples run up, get a pick, and immediately they just took residence right by the objective and didn't let anyone come close. Ignited Inc. definitely has counterplay with like throwing bombs, getting specials, and I feel like that is what Ignited Inc. needs to do, is to try and figure out, hey, we need more control of this area. Hey, we need to build specials so we don't feed in and get picked off one by one.
I will agree with that. They need to try to figure out, I think, what the other team's doing and try to counter it if they want a chance at winning.
Definitely. And I think personally, between you and me, that brush is a priority pick.
The brush is really doing a lot for the team. Anyways, time for game 3, tower control.
Bringing the Flingza back out and a Stamper.
Ooh.
Stamper's a very strong weapon and has good range too. But I have to wonder, what is their answer for when that brush pushes up and tries to get picks on them?
I guess we'll just have to find out.
Ooh, this Flingza's playing super aggressive. Oh, it doesn't pay out. But here comes the brush.
Oh,
Ooh. With the flank behind
Pass the
Snipe,
brush.
getting them out of position. Go ahead, Glitch.
alright,
Anyway.
Hang strike. Hang strike in the tower. Alright, first checkpoint. Can they get it? They can get it, alright. And they've got the
Getting
lead
some
too.
good points.
Oh, but
Dive with Tacticaler though, so it's not really a death, right?
yeah.
And they're on, all 4 of them are actually basically on tower. Very vulnerable position, but they do get 3 down, which means they're in an extremely advantageous position. Probably going to get all the way from this checkpoint to the next one. As they get double teamed. Oh dear.
But it's looking quite tough for Ignited Inc. I think Build Tower Control might have this 3rd game as well, if they keep this up. Oh, and getting a lot of picks, and keeping Tower Control really well, so...
Ignited Inc. is just running for it. Running for this tower, trying to make sure to at least get these people out so they don't knock out. That is their #1 goal right now. Stop them from knocking out, and they just can't quite do it as Tilt the Tower Control once again takes the point.
Yeah.
That was the fastest 3-0 I have ever seen in a tournament set.
Honestly, that was...
Or at least I've commentated.
Yeah, I didn't expect that to go by so fast, but I think Tilted Tower Control just really knew what they were doing there, and they had it all 3 games.
Right? I think at the very start of the game, Ignited Inc. did have a good presence in mid. They did have like a plan to push in, but the problem was once they got displaced by the brush flanking them on Snipe, they just couldn't get a footing back, and even at the end of the game, they panic popped the Booyah. And then they aimed the Booyah at the tower, and I think they only got 1 pick of the 2 people on tower, and both of those people came back, picked off the 2 that were on tower, and just knocked it out.
Yeah, the brush was, like, even like all the games that we saw, the brush was just really helping the team out a lot, and like I think they're one of the best teammates.
It's not just the brush, like every member of this team is like contributing.
Yeah.
It's like, I feel like also the Flingza, even though the Flingza ran in and fed at the start, and as a backline you don't really want to be doing that, but they ran in and fed at the start, and that opened the door for the brush to zip by, flank, displace, and immediately, boom, 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 they can't get turf back, they can't do anything. And it's not really a range difference, it's just more like they need to be able to watch behind them, and they need to be able to calmly approach the situation, because there was a lot of feeding, a lot of running in and dying, and, you know, in the end of the day, that's really why Tilted Tower Control has an advantage, is because they played so aggressively that it caused the other team to panic.
Yeah, the aggression was
Go ahead,
really
Glitch.
good. The aggression was really good on the side of tilted control, and they really had an advantage because of that. And yeah, that's really played a big part.
Right. Well, that's it from us. We'll be seeing you guys again on the gold bracket.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Under Pressure Juniors Draft 2. I am Weave, joined here by Glitchy again, and also the wonderful Vic Villon. We are coming at you with the brackets that were just sorted and seeded. We're going to be following the gold bracket from now until the end, following the best of these beginners as they go through their journey. We see this bracket here, the top 2 of each group stage made it here. I'm excited. Are both of you excited?
Absolutely. I've been looking forward to this for a while. I was reached out to look into it, and honestly, it's great to see people have the opportunity to play in a tournament that's perfect for experimenting without having to worry about, there's people here who have been playing comp for 4 years. They get somewhere safe.
Yeah, it's definitely safe, and it's a situation where, you're being able to play with people who are also new. It gives you the chance to not be stomped on. If, you're a fresh team, you're an A+ player, and you jump it right into something like low wink, you're going to get stomped on. You're not going to have a very good time. But this is, like you said, a very safe environment. Glitchy, you're back on the mic. We're starting off with, I think, Eeltail. I don't quite remember the maps, but do you have any thoughts on that map in particular?
I mean, I've already stated my opinions on maps before, and I don't think they really liked my opinion. Umami, but I like Eeltail as well.
Yeah.
So
we're out here watching Rogaine Regoth versus Yippee Yonder. Yippee Yonder out here gonna be running a Range Blaster, a Blob, a Splatana Wiper, and Dapple's Nouveau. And on the side of Rogaine Regrowth, we see the ever elusive H3 Nozzle Nose, along with Splat Dualies Machine and Squeezer, an overall pretty meta comp.
I'm honestly a big fan of the Bloblobber. I want to see that player do well, especially on a map like this.
Yeah, we can do a lot of damage, can hold a lot of area, and it looks like this H3, which is, like I said, not something you see all that often. It's regarded as one of the least powerful weapons, very underpowered, in desperate need of buffs and a better kit, but you can definitely still make it work. That tactical lure, especially on Rainmaker, is going to be great. But already we see Yippee Yonder kind of come in. They're having most of the control of mid, but Eeltail is a map where you need to not only push through mid, but push past it. Because of the way that mid is situated, it's not very comfortable to sit through here. And looks like the Range Blaster is going to get a nice pick here. It looks like Rainmaker might be picked up. Glitchy, how do you think this push is going to go for this team?
so far it is looking good. They do have a lot of control on mid and beyond, so they could do a really good job here if everything goes well.
Yeah, and good job. Looks like they are doing, already pushing up 80 points, 2 down on the enemy team, which is going to allow them to come and get this beautiful dunk. One of the members of Rogaine Regrowth comes from behind, I believe that H3, and takes them out, and this Crab Tank is going to apply a lot of pressure, get a pick on the Wiper, and that is going to mark the end of Rogaine Regrowth's push. Looks like my bird is also popping off, but it looks like they're really working their way back into mid. Very good taste, popping off along with me. 2 and 2 down in mid, and Vic, do you think how? Sorry. What are your thoughts on how these teams are gonna react from here on out?
Now, even if Rogaine Regrowth didn't get their first push here, they have the weapons to have very good control of the Rainmaker shield. As long as they can keep the Bloblobber away from that shield, they could definitely get the next pop. They have the bombs to do it, and they also just have, in my opinion, the weapons that will be able to react very quickly and push. While the H3 may struggle at times to get kills, it definitely is a weapon that paints very, very well, and will be able to give their dually player a great opportunity to go forward, especially. And they're actually running the Rainmaker right now, good to see, even if they can get far. It's a good start.
Yeah, you have to start somewhere. That's true of many things in life. They pick it up once again. Wiper player is going to be contesting the Rainmaker, but it's going to get pushed off by one of Rogaine Regrowth. Their teammates. There's a lot of pressure out there in the court area. One player gonna go down, but the Rainmaker gets dunked on their side as well, and all they need to do to get the lead back, Glitchy, is to pick up that Rainmaker.
Yeah, at the beginning you could see a lot of purple across the map, but now Rogaine Regrowth has managed to take back a lot of the control and make like a really good push down to 12 or 9 points.
Oh, definitely. That's not an easy part of the map to clear. Getting all the way through that little slick there is one of the most difficult choke points in the game because you can't swim. You're forced to slow walk. You can so easily be zoned out by bombs or specials, or even just the main weapons can really do a ton of damage here. But Yippee Yonder is pushed all the way back into the spawn. They do have 2 down on the enemy team, and it looks like this might be their chance to respawn. And Vic, they really want to get that lead back.
Oh, absolutely. And exactly what I said happened too. You saw the yellow team, Broken Regrowth, they were able to bring that Rainmaker so close because they were able to contest that pop.
Yeah, contest that pop, yeah, very big deal. Oh, once again, we're going to see a pop in mid. It looks like Rogaine Regrowth is going to get it and force Yippee Yonder back a bit. Still kind of showing their dominance and showing that they're going to be able to hold, and that one push that they got was not a fluke. Crab Tank going out in mid, and Crab Tank is a very meta special for a reason. Puts out an incredible amount of pressure over a very long range. If you're in that line of sight of that crab, or even not in it because it has that expo shot, you're basically dead. But we see a Reef Slider come on out from that Napple Doolies, and we're going to be able to see them kind of start to create an opening. Two members of Rogaine Regrowth are down, and it looks like Yippee Yonder might be set to push Glitchy.
Yeah, they really did a good job retaking all the paint that Yell had, and they have a few more chances, probably just one, but they do have a chance to turn the game. Oh, but they get killed, so this could be. Oh, but they get a pop again, so.
That's alright, that
They
Range
still have a
Blaster's
chance.
positioning is fantastic right now, if you ask me, Glitchy. And I want to see them jump right back in and support their teammates some more. Great help also from the Wiper. In a 2v2, it still could be a chance at a push. You always have to try all the way to the end of a game, because you never know when could be that one push that works.
And we see
Fantastic double there.
yeah, beautiful double for the Napples is going to create a massive opening for them. It's going to take a second for those players to respond, and if Yippee Yonder moves in during that time, they can get the pressure off of that area that they need. But it is overtime. They are beginning to run out of time. Members are starting to go down, and unfortunately, they are going to get kind of collapsed on there, and the game is going to go to Rogaine Regrowth. Well, what are your general thoughts on this match? How did it go? What did we see?
We saw that Yippee Yonder started very, very strong. They had that great initial push, and while they weren't able to do it again after that, I want to see Yippee Yonder continue to fight it out, as they still have more opportunities to get that dub later on.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty close. It was that big breakaway for Rogaine Regrowth that allowed them to go so far, but they weren't able to ever really accomplish anything like that again, Glitchy. And I think this next match here, which I can't quite remember off the top of my head, oh, there we go, Museum Clan Blitz, is going to be that's an entirely different game. Rainmaker Eeltail is one of the most cramped maps in the game. It can be really hard to move, but Museum is wide, it's open, got good sight lines, but a lot of cover for people to hide around. So I think that it's going to be an entirely different game. We're going to see some different things happen.
Yeah, I think so too. As you said, Eeltail really closed off, but Museum has a lot of routes, especially on Clan Blitz. So I'm interested to see how both teams will play out here.
I'm going to keep it 100. This is my favorite map mode in the entire game, just because of the variety of push options. It's great for backliners and for frontliners, and we're going to see here if these teams have changed their comp. We do not see any changes, I don't think, from either side here, which is great. Or actually, we see a Tri-Slasher come out. I'm not sure what that was replacing, but it's certainly a great choice with that Fizzy Bomb being ever so powerful, and the cooler going to allow them to move in super, super fast. But as we go in, Vic, these teams are going to be fighting for control of mid.
Now, the sooner that we see that cooler come out, oh, and never mind, as soon as I talk about it, we see that cooler player go on down here, though. The dually player maybe is going to get their hands on a couple of these clams here. If anything, they can rush on in here, get very close to 8, but maybe have something happen for them? Alas. Just thinking it might be the chance. Now, this Range Blaster player, though, is something that I really want to enjoy seeing on this map. They have so many places they can fire their blasts off, and with Yippee Yonder looking to get their first point of this set, if this blaster can just hold off Rogaine Regrowth from being able to move forward, they can provide a lot of paint and a lot of pressure for their teammates to work with if they try to come on in.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it is going to kind of be shut down by that Crab Tank. An excellent timing for that, allowing them to get, kind of force Yippee Yonder out of mid and try to start regaining it for themselves, Glitchy. And it looks like that is going to happen. There is a bunch of skirmishing still happening in mid, as well as a little bit of lag, it seems, but still kind of forced back into this neutral game.
We haven't really seen much happen so far. It's just been a lot of fights in near mid, and
Are you just caught off guard by how much paint Rogaine Regrowth is able to get? Because that is quite a bit of paint that they have to work with there.
Yeah,
honestly.
definitely. Yeah. Looks like everyone is marked on the blue team, I just want to note, which is going to allow this Range Blaster to get a double, if not a triple. That Range Blaster absolutely clutching up and creating a massive, massive opening for Rogaine Regrowth to, sorry, that's Yippee Yonder, to move in and get it. This hammer is going to be ever so deadly, except it's not because it's going to be instantly cancelled. Yippee Yonder is starting to lose a bit of momentum as two of their players go down, and Rogaine Regrowth is doing an excellent job on that defense, Glitchy.
Yeah, we really managed to defend that really well, and I think we're just gonna go back to the fights again and just have to see who. Oh no, there's a wipeout.
If I was
Yippee Yonder.
Rogaine here, I'd be worried about the fact that Yippee Yonder is so far being extremely aggressive. If Rogaine wants to take this back, they gotta be aggro right on back to them. More clams coming on here. We could see this push continue to go forward.
This Blob here is doing what Blobs do best and holding space, especially in this long, narrow passageway with a lot of angles. They're able to just kind of lob a lot of shots and kind of block Rogaine Regrowth from coming out of their spawn for, but they do decide to back off, which is a pretty good thing. They elect to save their lives, and now they're being able to hold mid. Rogaine Regrowth not going to be able to take it back instantly, and so they're going to have to continue to fight, not only to stop that push, which they did excellently, but to actually get back and try to make a push of their own, as Yippee Yonder has a ton of clams on the board, specials going out, and picks coming out as well.
Tofu starting again. Let's go.
This range has been absolute one of the players of the game for sure. But this Tri-Slasher is going in as well, getting the picks, getting the clams on the board, and providing that tactical for their team to not worry too much about dying anymore because they know they'll get a quick respawn. Looks like Yippee Yonder is getting ready for a push yet again, Glitchy, and we're seeing the clams go down and in. They still have a decent amount of control over the basket, and this could be a KO if they play their cards right.
Yeah, they've been doing a really good job at holding back Rogaine Regrowth in their base and yet making pushes with their clams. And right here we can see there are one point left, and they just need one clam to win. But I think we're just gonna have to wait and see if they can get another good push going.
Right now, there's an interesting dilemma out here for Yippee Yonder. Do they try to make another push, or do they sit back on their heels and are satisfied with what they have? But once again, this Range Blaster absolutely popping off. This turns out to be a very good Range Blaster map. They are going to be kind of pushed aside by this clam crab. What's the difference? Here,
Four-letter words, both start with C.
Both are sea creatures as well. It looks like they are going to opt to push again, trying to get this knockout, really not letting up the aggression at all, which is exactly what you want to see in Clamblitz, Vic.
Absolutely. I mean, all they need is 7 clams. Actually, six clams. They're not going to get them right now, and it's going to give Rogaine Regrowth another chance to push. The thing about making that push, though, is they opted also to give Rogaine another big clam to work with. They're going to have one big pushing opportunity here. And honestly, they could make something work with it. We do see the crab come out a bit early, but they have a lot of clams to work with, and more can spawn in as they push. We see one player with the big clam, hopefully going to push in soon. Oh, we see it fall on the ground.
They are unfortunately going to go down. The machine player gets it, but does not see the Tri-Slasher, but they don't die quite yet. There they go. Overtime timer running out even before the clam breaks, and Rogaine Regrowth not quite able to scrape out another win. Yippee Yonder takes a very, very decisive game too.
But honestly, isn't that what we want to see? Don't we want to go into this set with a heart-wrenching 1-1 going on in this best of 3?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's mostly just kind of a mode difference, what these players are comfortable with, Glitchy. Looks like Yippee Yonder was much better on Museum, the wider open stage, on also a map where it's more control-based. It's not quite as, breakaway heavy as Rainmaker. They were able to just keep the plat for so long and make multiple pushes instead of trying to push super far at once, while Rogaine Regrowth seemed to have a bit more explosive power under them, able to get that one really good push, but not able to find the sustained control you need for a clams push. But speaking of sustained control, we're going to Splat Zones, Glitchy. This is Brinewater Springs is kind of a contentious map. It's not seen too often in competitive map lists, and for a reason. It's interesting. There aren't too many flank options. You have a lot of elevation, but if you get onto the other team's ramp, it can be very devastating for them, and it's very easy to hold. Do you have any particular thoughts on this stage?
I mean, I just personally think this will look very interesting since it's zones and on Brainwater especially, since you can get to mid really, really fast. So I think there's going to be a lot of contending the zone and trying to get the other team pushed back so you can get more points. So I'm really interested to see how this is going to go.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any backline players, if I remember correctly. The closest thing we have is honestly nothing. I mean, I guess that range, but the range has been doing an incredibly good job at being a very forward slayer, getting all of the picks. We saw them get, several triples that last game, I think. So if they can keep that up, looks like Yippee Yonder is going to be in a really good spot.
I would love to see the continuation of the Bloblobber coming on into Brinewater Springs. What a strong weapon it can be. By being able to get all the way into the zone without having to drop from that area at all, if their teammates can keep them safe, that would be great points for them.
Absolutely. Like I said, Blob is excellent. Why did I say it like that? At getting control, not necessarily getting it, but just holding it. It's so hard to, like, if you try to walk forward towards that Blob, you're just gonna get shot by those bubbles in the face. It's not a weapon that you can just directly engage. You kind of have to go around it, be sneaky, maybe, I don't know, like figure out something, because it just holds space really well. That's its one thing that it does. It paints, it holds space, and that's all you need for splat zones, to be honest. But we're gonna go right into it as these teams. I don't think we see the Blob again, but we see a golden arrow spray, we see a reflux, we see a heavy. These teams are going quirky right now, Vic.
I'm in love with seeing the arrow spray out here. I want to see the Booyah Bombs up the wazoo. I know we can't see their kits, but I'm hoping that there's a whole bunch of special charge on that.
We can't see their kits. There is not special charge, but there is special power-ups.
Okay, fair enough.
But these guys might, here's the first one already coming out, but the other team has missiles at the ready, going to already pop that, taking the control back from Yippee Yonder as they had a 20-point push, and it looks like some of the members, Wawa there on the H3, is going to be moving forward and trying to get more picks, more control, but they have a roller behind them. The roller gets taken out, and the lead has swapped. Rogan Regrowth has to take this opportunity to go and move forward, because that's just how it's done. An excellent crab tank is popped, which is going to make it very difficult, but that Booyah Bomb is also going to come out, try to force control back, and the zone is painted in the opposite direction, Glitchy.
Yeah, that Booyah Bomb was really smart. I think it was great. Now, we saw right before that Rogan Regrowth really had a good control of the zone, but now the tides have turned and Yippee Yonder really managed to get it back there.
Yeah, definitely. I saw them push up with that Kraken roller, with that Kraken at the ready, trying to gain a little bit of control, not able to make it stick, but it's certainly enough to get them the lead back. But as missiles are going to be probably going out here pretty soon from this reflux, we'll see if they're going to be able to maintain it. We'll see a lot of the members of Yippee Yonder clutched up as we see the Inkzooka come out, searching for a pick, gonna get picked off itself by the heavy. Two of the members of Yippee Yonder go down, and Rogan Regrowth, even after the other team pushed all the way to 26, finally regains the zone, if only for a moment.
And the one thing that Yippee Yonder has that Rogaine Regrowth doesn't right now is they have great control of the sides of the zone. Well, it's changing as I speak. Having the paint along the edges is great for retaking the zone when you lose it, and that's why that lead didn't last for so long. I do love seeing this H3 here. H3 paints like crazy, and it wants to hold that zone real good. Although it's gonna have to run away from that Booyah Bomb. Never forget how easy it is to paint over a Booyah Bomb if you just keep shooting.
Yeah, Booyah Bomb is more so less for paint and more for forcing people out of an area. While people can paint it over, that you can't really survive in it for all that long unless you're, I don't know, if you're built different. Yippee Yonder is fastly approaching this knockout, though. They only have, Rogan Regrowth only has about 15 or so seconds to make something happen before the game goes to Yippee Yonder, and the crab tank is getting him out. Azuka goes out and gets, I think, a double and then a triple. Crab tank going to force everybody out, and Rogan Regrowth finally making their break, and it looks like this control might last for a minute. The map is pretty far blue right now.
Rogaine honestly did a really good job at using all their specials around the same time, which really helps to force people away. We do see the Booyah Bomb coming up from Yippee Yonder, forcing them to be able to get back into control around here. Can they run in and take out members of Rogaine Regrowth before too much time goes down is the question. They got one. They might be able to get two.
This roller is going in, and this Kraken is basically going to seal the fate of the zone. You can't really survive too long against it, as we see there with that reflux. Control going back to Yippee Yonder, and with a minute and a half left, and only, once again, 15 seconds before Yippee Yonder KOs Rogue and Urgoth, without the specials that they had last time at their disposal, is going to have to make something happen, try to force some fights. They do get 2 down, and the other 2 are getting collapsed on this. Heavy is looking behind, and they're just kind of being forced back, but Rogue and Urgoth is going to have to... Oh, 2 great hits, and 1 last pot shot means
That
that...
Zuka by Friendly. Wow!
Absolutely insane. Now Rogue and Urgoth is out of their the penalty glitchy. How do you think this is going to happen? Will they be able to make it back to the lead?
So far, it's been really, really close. There's been a lot of fights, and so far, it's looking like Rogue and Urgoth might be able to take the comeback, but anything could happen in these last few seconds of the match.
The comeback is made, but it comes at a price, and that price is a full wipeout. If Yippee Yonder is able to rush up in time, this could be disastrous for Rogue and Urgoth. Is their very fresh lead. They could lose it in an instant. It's about 5 points left until they lose it. 20 seconds left in the match. Not much time left, and the lead swaps again. It's so unfortunate, but there's still time left in the match. The control goes back to Rogue and Urgoth. If only for a second, they still have time to make things worse. Missiles go out and force people off of the zone. Will they be able to paint it in time? I see so many players rushing towards it, but they're being collapsed on. That's all but the reflux down, and the game goes to Yippee Yonder.
What a turnaround, taking it from 0-1 all the way to 2-1 for Yippee Yonder. Great job by both teams. So that Splat Zones match is one that I'm sure a lot of people watching the stream very much enjoyed. Crazy game.
Back and forth, exactly how you want to see it, and their backs are turned. We kind of saw a lot of different things in this set. We saw the Rainmaker go really strong into Rogue and Urgoth's favor, and then Clamblitz, we really saw their momentum start to slow down, and Yippee Yonder took the momentum that they got in that Clamblitz game and took it all the way to victory in Splat Zone's Bride Motor. So a fantastic set for us to start on, but we're going to be taking a quick break real quick as we swap out some commentators, I believe, and to get ready for the next matches of Gold Bracket.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Under Pressure Junior Draft Fresh Season. I am Broken Pinky, joined here by Victhion and Weef. Sorry about being new on the mic. I did a little bit of the oversleepy, but you know, now we're all here. The TriCast is reunited, and we're going into some nice round 2 action. Vic, how you feeling?
I am feeling wonderful, and I'm excited to see we're jumping into a best of 5 here. Gives teams a chance to come on back if something goes wrong. Won't be down to a 1-2 scenario, could go up to a 2-3.
The nasty 2-3. The game, I mean, these sets are going to be longer. They're going to be a little more draining, going to be a little tougher, but it only shows which team's going to be stronger. We have Quick Quill and Umami Unagi squaring up, and I mean, we're seeing these maps right in front of us. Weef, you have any thoughts on these maps right here?
I'm looking and they all look pretty solid. Swatson's Umami isn't one that I've seen too often, but you know I'm a big fan of Tower Control Haggle. I'm a big fan of Clamlet Scorch Gorge to many chagrin. Tower Control Mako is classic, and Manta Rainmaker it's always been one of my favorites. I just like the options of going left and going right, as a lot of maps have. I don't really know what I'm yapping on about, but it's a solid map list. Sure to produce some solid games for us to watch today.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we've been seeing some solid games all tournament. I doubt that would change, especially this far in. But we are going to be starting things off on Tower Control Hagglefish. You know, Haggle obviously being one of the more beloved maps in this game. But Vic, I gotta ask, you have any thoughts on TC Haggle in particular and how you might expect to play it?
I hate to tell you this, but I lie on the side of being mildly a Hagglefish hater. I've been living through it. Listen, this is not going to help my case, but I'm a machine player. So every time there's a long ranger on the other team, my slow booty is jumping halfway through towards tower, and then I'm dead. But you know what? Hagglefish does allow for some good pushes to turn back, seeing as it is one of the few maps in Splatoon 3 that has actual flank paths. Yes!
Let's go! We see flank routes. But we also see Umami Unagi get out to a pretty good start in the early fight. Already has good control of that tower. Starting to push it near that first checkpoint area, building up a few specials. How do you think things are looking?
Things are looking pretty good, but I do want to talk about these comps for a second. Looks like Quick Quill is running the Ever-based Hydra Splatling, which is a weapon that I think excels on this map, especially compared to a lot of the weapons on Umami Unagi. They don't really have the range to match it up, and so if this Hydra can position well, like not get picked off by bombs, no shade, they could really dominate here, and I saw some of the insane amount of pressure that they're putting off in the first bit, evidenced by Umami Unagi's inability to push past that second checkpoint.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Hydra Splatling can be pretty scary to face down because just charging at you for 3 seconds, and then it releases it, and then you just die in half a second, and clearly its presence is being felt by Umami Unagi, but now they're starting to push things, and I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised with how conventional these comps are, considering this is, a junior div, but these are players not to be taken lightly of, and Vic, we're now seeing Umami Unagi at that first checkpoint.
Honestly, Umami Unagi, while they may not have that backline going on, they do have the ability to bounce back very quickly with all their weapons being very fast. So even if they might have a hard time getting a deep push, if they can do that, they will be very hard to fight back, since most of the weapons on Quick Quill are a bit slower.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I mean, not a lot of fast kill times on the side of Quick Quill either. You know, Tetris are notorious for not exactly being the fastest at killing, you know, having pretty long fights. Machine also notorious for slow kill time, so, I mean, Umami Unagi definitely has the potential to just kind of overwhelm Quick Quill, but it's going to come down to play here, but the play here from Quick Quill's Tetra players going to be getting 2. B-Bold trying for a 3rd, gets the triple with the end try, and I'm starting to see a hell of a push from Quick Quill here.
This Tetra is doing the work, doing what Tetras do best, and going in and being annoying, but unfortunately this Hydra is going to be left on the tower alone, but they're able to scratch some things out. Oh my god, they get through the first checkpoint, no problem, go through the second. The Tetras is back again and going to be wreaking havoc again. How many kills have they gotten in the last 30 seconds, Pinky?
At least like 6!
These Tetras have been going absolutely ridiculous, and I mean, hey, as a certified feeder myself, I love to see it, but Quick Quill, ooh, 2 of them go down to the same bomb, I believe, thrown by the Dually Sculptors. Tsukinoko, I think is the name of that, so very good job of that, and it's really helping Umami Unagi get back into things here, but Vic, how do you think Umami Unagi can try to, you know, get a push for their own here?
I mean, Unagi needs to turn the momentum on their side. You see Tonio here making sure to paint along the way as they go. Local splash player got to make sure to put that paint down. They want to give every opportunity they can for their teammates to be able to move forward without being in too much danger. Trying to push directly into all this orange ink is going to ask for the Hydra splattering player to just run them down. But they are getting that ground down and they're moving towards this first checkpoint here. Great placement also of the wave breaker, helping to probably mark people as they approach the tower. If there are any team fights going on nearby, it might also catch them off guard too.
Yeah, and I mean, just like that, Umami Unagi breaks past that first checkpoint. Hydra's bottling is being contested by Tonio here, and the lead is getting very dangerously close to switching. It is a 4 versus 2. Hydra's now stuck in Booyah, not going to be able to contest with the range, but even still, Umami Unagi does not have the lead quite yet. Crab is all up in their grill, but Umami Unagi not quite on the tower yet. There's that lead, though. They're through that second checkpoint. We might be seeing a knockout here.
With that wipeout, it is certainly possible. It was delayed, so we didn't see the pop-up on the screen, but after you get to this point in Haggle Zone, or Haggle Tower, it can be incredibly difficult to come back from, but we do see them try to dive to the tower. They do get 2 down on the side of Umami Unagi, and it looks like their skin is saved here. Members of Umami Unagi are still in here, but it's not going to be the fast knockout. As I say, as the Hydra player drops, does get a nice pick, but the rest of their team is down, and they might not respawn in time to stop the knockout. There is still 1 checkpoint left, but with how players are diving in, it's really anyone's game. It seems like they can't really shake Umami Unagi very well.
Yeah, I mean, Umami
have a lot of bombs though, so that might be their ticket to getting on out of here.
I mean, absolutely, but Umami Unagi has just been dropping from absolutely anywhere. You know, with the Wiper and the Entry, they're just really good at being feeding and distraction weapons, and it's really effective against Quick Quill right now. And I mean, Umami Unagi finally not pushing anymore, but they have such a hefty numbers advantage, and yeah, Umami Unagi gonna sweep that tower and gonna pick up a clean game 1.
Super, super clean. I mean, not quite as clean as it could have been, though. Quick Quill in that first half of the game got a pretty mighty push for themselves. They weren't ever able to recover from being forced onto super hard defense there, but if they were able to keep going, if Umami Unagi didn't just like completely overwhelm them with their hyper offensive strategy, they could have gone far. That Tetris player, seriously, that kill feed was insane.
Yeah, I mean, Tetris players on Quick Quill, you know your stuff, and I mean, we got to see some nice, gameplay there, but in the end, I think Umami Unagi was really able to, squish every little bit of value out of that one massive push that they could have. I think it lasted like 2 whole minutes, which is absolutely ridiculous. So, good for them, but we're going to be going to game 2, which is going to be on Rainmaker Manta. Vic, you have any thoughts on the stage?
Now, we do know that Quick Quill does have that Hydra and Tetra core, and I'll be real with you, if they keep that on this map, it could work really well for them. Position your Hydra on the grates, get the Tetra down below, and that'll be a lot of fire rate coming at anybody who rounds the corner without looking on Umami Unagi's side.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really know what Umami Unagi can do about Hydra and Bunker, or just Hydra holding a strong backline position, especially...
Bomb.
I mean, yeah,
bomb.
I guess bomb spam. You know what? That's fair. just
Bomb,
throw a bunch
area
of
of effects
bombs.
damage, specials. There's a lot they can do, and if they can figure that out in time, they can do a lot of damage like we saw in the last game. Already, we see the Hydra, though, swap out for the ballpoint, the base point, as I like to call it, being a weapon that I've recently picked up, accompanied by the Vanilla Dapple Dualies, which is one of the most silly weapons in the game. I love it. It's so goofy. You get those beacons out. I see they had a little bit of sub power, and so your team can jump in super fast, and they get the cooler, and they go in and die, and they feed, and they get picks, and then they just come right back with those fast beacons and that instant respawn. And already Quick Quill living up to their name with a quick start to a push here.
Oh, absolutely. It's just the Duelist Cultures defending this checkpoint, and that's not going to be enough to stop it. We do have Jack on this brush, not quite able to get the pick, but gets that clean dunk in that first checkpoint in the first 30 seconds. Down to 63, and Quick Quill still here applying pressure. Vic, how do you think they can, make the most of this?
I mean, right now you have this inkjet going off right now. Luckily, he's able to get stopped by our bucket play here, so the push gets stopped here. Getting that podium out of the way early is very good. Part of the pain of Rainmaker Manta for a lot of people, and I can tell you this from my own experiences, is that all you need to do is get wiped once, and a team can kind of rush in and get a stupid amount of points. I've played this game to the point where sometimes we used to forget about the Rainmaker on this map. They'd be like, oh, wait, now the Rainmaker's, oh, the game's over. So hopefully that doesn't happen to either team here, but with that podium gone, anything could happen.
Yeah, Rainmaker awareness is vastly important in this map mode, so you don't get the rug pulled out from under you. But Tsukinoko trying to
Great dodge.
yeah, just trying to dodge roll, stay alive, just trying to be annoying as possible. But meanwhile, Quickquill trying to just ignore them, trying to get more points. But Quickquill has not gotten more points in a while here. How do you think they can make their push a little more successful?
I mean, they don't really need to be exactly successful if they can just keep on holding for as long as they can, and they can just keep holding until they find a break. Unfortunately, they are going to be kind of forced to push ahead, and it's only the ballpoint left on the field. They are going to get taken out, and that is a wipe. This could be very, very bad for Quickquill, but luckily, their Dapples players brought out the beacons, and they're already back in mid, already ready to contest the Rainmaker, getting it picked off before they can even score 5 points.
Yeah, I mean, that is... Oh my god. That is the world's bravest crab I've ever seen. I mean, hey, it worked out. Umami Unagi, popped the crab point blank and I guess used its power to get that first checkpoint. And Umami Unagi still here contesting it, trying to get this pop here. But I think Quickquill has the defense here for just a little bit, Vic.
Absolutely. Both of these teams have fantastic reaction times. We saw it with Umami Unagi. The second that Rainmaker player went down on Quickquill, they grabbed and they ran to get that push to the podium. And Quickquill, with access to all their beacons, has been coming back super quick to try and stop Umami Unagi from getting those pushes they're looking for so desperately.
I mean, yeah, but that's just the power of beacons. You can just jump back pretty much anywhere at any time whenever you are needed. I mean, Quickquill has definitely been taking the utmost advantage of that, and Umami Unagi hasn't really had a solid chance to push so far. Most of this map is painted in the color Quickquill, so things are not looking amazing for them right now, but this might be the chance where Umami Unagi starts to launch a bit of a comeback.
I don't know, this match has been surprising me over and over again with just how well Quickquill is able to hold and how well they're able to push, but unfortunately they're going to get taken out from behind with this hammer that's coming out, taking out 2 members. It's only the brush left alive, and they are, I think, only respawning. Never mind, they're still there, getting jumps in overall, but this Viper is going to make quick work of 2 of them. It looks like the push is stopped dead in their tracks, but Umami Unagi so far has not been able to find an opening to push through, and as that Viper falls into the pit of despair, it looks like it might not be easy at all.
Yeah,
that Rainmaker almost got out of that situation.
Yeah, honestly, the Rainmaker, I think getting a pick there with the Rainmaker is a lot more than you can reasonably expect. Oh no, the pit of despair claims another on the side of Umami Unagi.
The void is very hungry.
The water is very hungry.
To expect that your wall there is going to be painted. Unfortunate that someone must have turned around at some point and painted that. Absolutely smiting that attempt to run.
Ooh, but this is a good chance for Umami Unagi. They have a bit of a numbers advantage here. They're opting to hold their Rainmaker forward and pray. It's gonna work out for them, but they actually end up dropping it all the way to the bottom and get a very nice lead of 27 with just 30 seconds left on the clock. I think we might have just seen a buzzer beater.
We see why y'all so aggressive on the screen, and that's exactly what Quickquill is asking to Umami Unagi. They were able to push it so fast at the drop of a hat, something that they haven't been able to do all game, but they managed to make it work. But the question might be being asked to Quickquill as they pop out the tactical. The Dapples gets a beautiful double, and this jump is, I imagine, going to get annihilated pretty soon. Rainmaker is going to be picked up right in time for overtime to happen, but this Tri-Slosher does get the pick off, and that is going to be the game going to Umami Unagi 2-0 right now.
Up 2-0. What a game for Umami Unagi, just biding their time, waiting for, the perfect opportunity, and they pounced on it, and hey, they're up 2-0, but this set is not over yet. As we've mentioned, this is a best of 5 format, so it's the first of 3 wins, so we might see some shakeup here as the set continues here. Vic, what's some stuff you think we might see?
Well, seeing as we're going into Clambo Scorched Gorge, we've seen from this round how much Quickquill is willing to aggressively push in. We saw it in the first match too, and while I haven't gotten it yet, in Clamblitz, where the entire map is essentially your objective all the way until you're making that push, if Quickquill can hold down the paint, which they did for most of the Rainmaker game, I think this is the match that they get to take it back on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially, Quickquill was doing such an amazing job of maintaining map control for nearly that entire game, and I feel like Scorched Gorge, like Clamblitz in general, heavily relies on map control, but Scorched Gorge especially, because you need to spend so much time building resources to get through that one big choke point. So I don't know, this might be a bit more suited for Quick Quill. This could be a chance to reset the momentum. Anything can really happen here. Weef, you think we might see some comp changes as we go into this?
I don't know, that ballpoint / Hydra player, I mean, any of those really work here. This is a map that's pretty long-range favored, and they can absolutely do some work out here if they so choose. The more that I think about it, like, the first game, I was thinking, Quick Quill is not a very apt name for them, considering they're running some slower weapons, but as they switch, whoa, Dynamo! We see the Dynamo coming out, that's something exciting, and we see a Jet Sculptor
and the Sea-Jet! And the Bluebirds!
This is a absolutely very interesting comp, and I'm super excited to see if this Dynamo can make some things work out here on Clan Blitz Scorch Gorge.
I'm gonna be honest, Dynamo is probably my guilty pleasure weapon in this game. It is, I think it is so funny, even though it's not good, but I mean, hey, we're already seeing Note take great advantage of it, gets that nice long-range snipe. Also, I just want to point out, both of these teams have an Ink Rush Nouveau, but note this Dynamo is going kind of crazy, Vic.
That's a lot of paint that they can put down as well with that Dynamo Roller. They can keep control of mid. It's going to be pretty difficult for Umami Unagi to make their moves on in. I think if you're that Jet Squelcher player, speaking of, we just changed cameras to them, you want to be getting rid of that Dynamo. You do not want to let that Dynamo run free and paint everything.
Oh, absolutely, but it looks like Tony on this Jet Sculptor just wants to kind of aggress towards that clam basket, but they actually lose control of the ball right before they're able to make it there and get wiped out. Umami Unagi not quite able to get that power clam into the basket, and Quick on the response, painting the entire map in their color, and we're going to see a push of their own start to happen.
A push of their own, if they, you know, that little hump by the clam basket does designate where the closest you can push from is, where you'll throw your clam and actually make it. Unfortunately, they are a little bit too far, and they are going to allow in the water.
The hump claims another. Is that a collateral?
Yo, a triple for Note? Let's go.
Note is.
I love Dynamo so much. If this weapon gets a good kit, it is over.
Oh my god, Gold Dynamo is gonna happen.
Where the players of Umami Unagi are gonna have a completely different opinion of Dynamo Roller for the rest of their lives after this.
This Dynamo is going on an amazing streak.
Win or lose.
Oh my god, this is just a tale between the Dynamo and the Sea-Jet of who can frag a little bit more, but the Dynamo able to lead Quick Quill into breaking that basket for the first time. The Dynamo and the Sea-Jet trade as they were meant to, but Quick Quill has the faintest of faint leads here at the current moment.
I mean, it wasn't much of a push. They could have pushed it a lot further if they were able to maintain control. But it's a push. They actually managed to land the clam in the basket this time, something neither team was able to do in the first 2 minutes. So that's going to be interesting to see. But we see this hammer going in with the Viper player. They are alone, but they managed to get a pick, and they have the super clam on them, and they're getting jumps in. So they can definitely make something out of this if they so choose.
This Viper player has done a really good job at creating push opportunities for this team for this entire set. We saw it happen also not in the Clan Blitz game, sorry, but in the Rainmaker game, where their paint from their hammer was why they got that push that let them win the match.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Umami Unagi, yet another power clam is going to be swallowed up by the dangerous hump, and that's going to be another push somewhat squandered for them. It's been 3 minutes right now, and it feels like Umami Unagi has not had, the presence that they've had for a good amount of the set, but this is exactly what happened in game 2, so who could say? But Quick Quill trying to go quick on the uptake once again. Tetris gets a kill with the restart against the triple. Oh my god, B-Bolt is going ridiculous right now.
And it looks like we might get another power clam in as this other user approaches. Dynamo getting it in, finally able to get a nice substantial push. This is a lead worth talking about. This is a lead that is going to be very hard to come back from, and Quick Quill has earned themselves the ability to kind of sit back, relax, and not have to worry about pushing super aggressive anymore. They don't have to fight for their lives. They can kind of know that as long as they play really good defense, this game is basically assured.
Absolutely,
I mean, the Viper player is also the special here. Are they going to use them both at the same time to perhaps get out of that choke?
I mean, who knows? But I mean, I think at the end of the day, a lead of 29, Quick Quill is very happy about that. But Umami Unagi finally breaks the basket, but it's just the Viper left alive. I don't think they're going to be able to get a good push off of this, and Umami Unagi doesn't really have a lot of time to, get a good push. Only a minute left in this game. And granted, they're up 2-0, but I mean, giving your opponent a little bit of momentum can be very dangerous. And right now, Quick Quill has exactly that, all the momentum in the world, making it yet another push, getting 2 more power clams into the basket, Vic, this is kind of spiraling out of control.
Absolutely. All they need is a couple more clams. You saw the members of Umami Unagi do the right thing, though. They grabbed those last couple of clams so they couldn't push, but Quick Quill had the last clams and it missed. So sad.
Just a little bit.
Fantastic push, though.
I mean, amazing push down to 18, but just a little bit too slow for the knockout. But at this point, Umami Unagi would have to, take on a Herculean task if they want to get this lead. 10 seconds until overtime, and they have to get it all the way down to 17. They're going to start here and now, but it's going to be rough for them. They're already 2 dead. It's 2 versus 2. Weef, what do you think could happen here?
I mean, it's a Herculean task, but they can certainly go the distance. This Glucose here is going to be trying their best to get the Booyah Bomb out and trying to get it. They were able, at the end, to make a valiant push, but it was not quite enough. Quick Quill proving that they are not out of the running for a reverse sweep here.
That rush was so close to getting in those clams and extending that push. Did you see that Booyah Bomb go down and the brush go running straight through? That's some coordination there, even if Quick Quill did not win.
I mean, the brush knew the game plan there,
Sorry,
but regardless,
Umami, my bad.
Regardless, it's still Quick Quill taking that game, and I mean, this is how a good reverse 3-0 starts. It's just about if Quick Quill can maintain this, or will they succumb to Umami Unagi on their home turf. Umami ruins Splat Zones. Vic, what are some of your thoughts on this stage?
Now, Umami Ruins Splat Zones is one of the few Splat Zones maps in this game that actually is 2 zones instead of 1. You might wonder, but where's the second zone? They just took the center of the map and kind of cut it in half for the zones. The middle portion is like just neutral ground, so you can drop down if you're feeling brave into either of the zones. But you have to expect you might get fired at because there are a lot of places where you can reach that zone and still feel relatively safe. Until 2 or 3 players come and jump you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Umami is just a very weirdly segmented map because you just have a giant cluster in mid, and then you have a small ramp, and then you're getting spawn camped. So it's important to play as a team so you can break out of any potential locks because
it's very important to do that.
It's spot zones on a map with 1 choke point. You're gonna inevitably run into a lockout. Weef, if you had to pick, which of these teams do you think is better at breaking out of a lockout?
I don't really know here. We saw Umami Unagi do it a few times. Quick Quill tried to establish one and they were able to make it, but I don't know. My general thoughts on Umami Zones is it's just Undertow Spillway 2 Electric Boogaloo. Like, it's the same. It's segmented down the middle. You can go around and try to get it. There's this elevated area. It's basically the same if you close your eyes.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty much just Undertow Spillway, but again, and I mean, Undertow Zones is already one of the most beloved map modes, clearly.
Are you kidding?
Are we jokes? I will say
What do you mean?
I
You
like
are
Umami
extremely
Zones
unserious.
way more than I like Undertow Zones. I would rather play Umami Zones for like ever if it meant that Undertow Zones would just kind of go away.
What do you mean you guys don't like the Instacap Expo Zones map? Come on, what's there not to love?
Okay, you're not wrong about that. There's other maps out there. Come on, Flounder Heights is the Instacap Big Swig Zones map.
True. Do you think we'll see Big
coming
Swig? Big Swig?
Base point.
No Big Swig here, though. Maybe we could see one eventually. We just have to manifest it. The power of being commentators.
So hard.
Yeah, we can bargain for it. Umami Unagi has been, staying pretty stagnant with the comp, or I guess they're going back to the comp that they've been winning games with, not opting for that siege that they picked up that last game. And I mean, it seems to be serving them pretty well in this opening team fight. Do they know the Dapple's behind them? They don't, though. That Dapple could be the difference maker, but Umami Unagi's still able to get that early zones cap pick.
That Tri-Slosher, honestly, was in a really good position at the start. They were able to go back and forth between each zone, depending on what was needed, because they had the center all orange. If I'm Quick Quill, I want to make sure I get that middle point painted so Umami Unagi can't keep going there.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Splash. Splash is still eternal, but Umami Unagi absolutely using it to their advantage, establishing a pretty strong lockout that we said was going to happen. Weef, what do you think is going to be Quick Quill's game plan?
I mean, Quick Quill's game plan is apparently to DC.
Oh no!
I believe that is within replay rules. However, I mean, it's most replay rules are below 50, but some of them are below 30. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Elemental. God bless America. We are going to be seeing a replay here, but we kind of got a preview of how that match is going to go, and it looked pretty damn good for Umami Nuyagi.
Now, look,
I mean,
the mind games. Do people change up how they run this? They can't change their weapons, obviously, as is a replay, but do you approach in a different way, knowing what happened?
I feel like you have to, but I mean, also, I don't know. It's weird. This is a weird stage, but I mean, we just immediately got into a team fight and clearly went in the favor of Umami Unagi. So Quickquill has to have that in the back of their mind. How can they position a little bit differently to have that opening team fight go a little bit better, so they can have a lockout of their own? So, a lot of implications to be had from that disconnect. Only time will tell.
Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch multiplayer game of 2022. $20 a year to play this thing, and yet.
Well, we're in 2023, so therefore this game is now garbage. So, I mean, oh well, it happens.
It sounds like we just need to magically send everybody a LAN adapter and then ask Nintendo to please make the Amazon servers work a little bit better. Thanks.
Just a little bit. Can you supercharge the potato batteries just a little bit more, just this once?
Servers? What servers?
Servers. Oh
You guys
man.
have servers?
They're out there hiding. Remember that time that the Amazon Web Services servers went down? If you don't, do you know that story?
No, I do not.
I don't either. Is this story time with Vicvion?
This is, I mean, I guess you could say it was story time with Vic Vion, but it's more like story time with Vic goes on Twitter and realizes something is very wrong. Because around the same time that Amazon's web services went down in the East Coast, conveniently, a number of Splatooners on the East Coast were no longer able to get online and play Splatoon. It's very weird, isn't that? That a bunch of people wouldn't be able to play at the same time as Amazon Web Services went down?
Fire up your conspiracy machines. Let's get a story going.
And foil hats on.
Amazon is Nintendo. Jeff Bezos is Japanese.
Gasp! Oh my god, I
wouldn't
can't
get quite
believe we
that
cracked the code.
The secrets are being revealed live on twitch.tv/SBL Elemental.
Oh my god. Yeah, I remember when that happened though. Everyone was like, oh, it was Amazon Web Services. People were mind blown. They were like, we do have servers?
I mean,
Servers?
It's never happened since. We just need AWS to blow up again so we can like double confirm it.
we need proof.
Once is an accident, twice
We
is a
need
pattern.
data. Yeah, exactly. But I'm willing to buy into the theory. I'm willing to, suspend, put my little tinfoil hat on and wear a strongly worded letter to Nintendo headquarters. My bird is also very excited about that. She's all riled up. She has a little mini tinfoil hat on too right now.
I think your bird supports spreading misinformation on the internet.
True. My bird loves spreading misinformation on the internet. My bird does a little bit of trolling, and by a little bit, I mean a lot.
Needs those blue emojis stat.
Oh no.
Just so y'all know, I posted a bunch of bird pics on Twitter yesterday, so if you want to see those, twitter.com/weefsliders, where you're gonna find that.
Hey, plug. It's not time for plugs yet.
No, I'm just trying to share the good news of my bird with everyone.
There's an order to these operations, Weef.
Look, if I can plug it during Triton Cup, I can plug it during this.
I mean, you know what? Fair enough.
I hope that you're using your parentheses appropriately if we're talking about the order of operations.
Yeah. PEMDAS exists for a reason. It's the
And here.
It's to stop tweets from going wild. I can't
Get it,
stand
tweets?
that PEMDAS
Get it?
tweet. Oh my god.
Get it, tweets? Because I'm slamming my
I
slapping
get the
my
reference.
knee.
I get the reference. You know, because jokes get funny when you explain them.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I decide to live my life. Is explaining the jokes ad nauseum to the point where it's no longer funny, and then it kind of stack overflows, and it's even funnier.
And then we all hit retweet.
Yeah, then we all hit retweet.
So I don't think anyone's mentioned it yet, but the reason why we are taking this short little story time bird break is because V on Quickquill is having to sub out, unfortunately. So we're working on getting things all settled, and so we can continue the shows shortly. But
Yeah,
for now, we're just gonna keep.
Can we get some 07s in chat for V? Real quick, just a few
Absolutely.
07s.
I understand the pain. Apparently, it's gonna be raining here like almost all weekend long. And while my
Ooh.
setup never gets really mad about the rain, here on the old island of Long, sometimes it gets a mite windy. And I've noticed that during windier weather, my everything seems to disconnect more often.
That's crazy. I wonder why that could be.
Allow me to put on a third tinfoil hat real quick, just
my
for the
God, you're like
optimal brain
stacking
thing.
them.
Nintendo hates the
Can you
wind.
share? This is a tri-cast. We need our hats too. We're not
True,
safe.
true. Hey, I made 3 for the 3 of us. I'm just saying.
Thank you. As you can see from my profile picture, my hat doesn't cover my entire PFP, so I'm not truly safe yet.
Yeah. It's truly unfortunate, but I mean, we'll get you fully covered at some point. Don't worry.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
I'm-
A new foe has appeared. Challenger approaching.
This is a great title card. Oh my god.
Welcome in, little unknown 2990. I hope you served Quick Quill well, because I'm still waiting on that reverse sweep, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, it started and it just stopped real quick. We gotta see it keep on going.
The Quick Quill sweep is real, and I am a believer. Although Umami Unagi is a very formidable foe, I'm all about the drama. I'm all about the showbiz. I want to see the reverse sweeps. I want to see the upsets. God bless America.
I just
Now,
wanna
is
see-
this the mental game that's needed?
I
'Cause
just wanna
remember, this was
see-
supposed to be a replay.
It was. I think it is a replay. Is it a replay?
It is a
It's a
replay,
replay
but
of
Okay,
the,
yeah.
now they have a different
of the
player.
game.
This changes the stakes completely. Unless Little Unknown has to play the exact same weapon as V did.
That'd be very funny.
It was a fake out, actually. It was planned all along. It was giving Umami Unagi a false sense of confidence. And now V is gonna come in and sweep. Is my prediction.
This
Just my
entire time,
opinion.
Quick Quill has been in the lab trying to think about how they can dissect Umami Unagi as best as possible with the little unknown power they just add to their roster. This might be a very different game, folks.
God bless. We're still waiting. I'd imagine these teams are discussing your team comps and how those change, but I don't know. We got, we're obviously about to watch Umami play on Umami, but on round 5, it is going to be a return to tower control on Mika, which Umami, if they don't get this, if they do lose this one to Quick Quill, I mean, tower control seems to be a very comfortable mode for them, as we saw in game 1. So, how do you think that'll go?
I mean, I
Never
think we
mind.
gotta take things one at a time a little bit, because we're gonna go right back into game 4 for the first time ever between Quick Quill and Umami Unagi. Looks like the comps are pretty much the same here on both sides.
Yeah.
Unless I'm missing something.
Let's see. It looks like V subbed out, and the other player that subbed in, Little Unknown, aka I'm Sick, is on the Dapples again. So I mean, are they actually a Dapples player, or were they forced at gunpoint to play Dapples? We'll see. I mean, they're doing well
At
enough.
Dapple point before they were put in their hands?
Weef, I think Unknown is the blob.
I'm a little silly.
Ah,
Don't worry
yeah.
about it. Don't worry about it. Anyway, ignoring that.
But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing's changed at all? Umami Unagi wins that team fight handedly, has some good control already, starting to establish this lockout. Here comes the hammer time, and I mean, this is already getting a little bit out of hand here. Umami Unagi, once again, having an amazing start to this game. Vic, things are looking a little dicey for Quick Quill here.
It can always turn around. One of the things about Splatoon is that if you can get a good push going, you can always save the game as long as the clock isn't 0. We do see
Yeah.
down on Quick Quill, but it's never too late. It's never too late. They have one zone.
No.
All you gotta do is take the other one.
Yeah, fell off the map.
No, this is so sad, but
That poor
I mean, Vic,
Inzap.
as you said, it's never over till the fat lady sings, and I mean, it's still not over. Quick Quill still has some life in him. Weef, how do you think they can harness it and get themselves a nice push?
I mean, with those tactical lures, they're going to be able to kind of push in without a care in the world, but the crab tank is still going to be ever powerful. You still die to a crab tank even if you have tactical activated. I don't know if you knew that, and Umami Unagi is rapidly approaching this. They just kind of actually have to take team fights. They seem to be feeding in one by one and not really regarding to team play. They just are being taken out by Umami Unagi one-on-one. 15 points left on the board, 2 down on that side. It's only that Zap with some jumps getting in. Things are looking pretty hopeless here. Though the zone
Yeah.
is stalled
That
briefly.
is a lot of orange paint, unfortunately, to work with.
A little hairy, but Umami Unagi is going to take the set 3-1 over Quickwill, and Umami Unagi is going to be moving on to grand finals of this junior draft tournament. So, very well played to them in that set. I mean, they kind of killed it, I'm not going to lie to you, especially in that game 4. So, good to them, and we'll see them again pretty soon.
I mean, you
GGs
can't
to
beat
both of those
Umami.
teams.
You can't beat Umami Unagi on their home turf. I think that's a given.
Oh yeah, for sure. Home field advantage. But Vicky, have any closing thoughts on that set we just saw?
I think that there was the opportunity, and even if they didn't get to take it, it shouldn't discourage Quickwill from playing together after this tournament is done if they want. Part of the fun of an event like this is you get to make some friends and think, man, maybe we could improve together.
Oh, absolutely. Because, like, I mean, from our point of view, we just want to, like, talk about the competitive aspect, but it really is just about making a bunch of friends to play this silly little Squid game with. But, I mean, with that being said, with that little wholesome intermission, we will be coming back here very shortly for grand finals of Junior Draft. So, make sure not to go anywhere, because this is where the event's been leading up to. See you guys in a bit. Hello everyone and welcome back to Under Pressure Fresh Season Junior Draft. We are here for Grand Finals. I am Broken Pinky, joined here by Vic Vion and Weef, and we're going to be watching the matchup between Yippee Yonder and Umami Unagi. Some very familiar faces. Vic, how do you feel about this matchup?
I'm very excited to see two familiar faces back at it again. We've been watching Umami Unagi. They didn't get much of a break. And admittedly, thinking about it as I'm saying this, Yippee Yonder got less because Umami Unagi's match finished before Yippee Yonder's did. So they're both teams that are warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean they're raring to go, raring for what I believe is a bit of a grudge match here, a bit of a rematch between these two teams, all the way back from pools. I believe back in that matchup, Umami Unagi took the said win, so now Yippee Yonder's here to exact some revenge. Weef, how do you feel about all this?
The plot thickens. I love things like these where there's little storylines. I'm excited to see who comes up on top once again. If the team who won before is going to prove that it was not a fluke and they are the superior team, or if there's going to be a little bit of an upset. No matter what, it's going to be great, and we are back into the best of 5 format, so we have potential for another situation where we could see a reverse sweep or it can be a dominant 3-0. No matter what, we're going to see a lot of really exciting games starting on, what was that? Clam Blitz, Brinewater?
Brinewater, I think.
Yeah.
Clam Blitz, Brinewater. Very, very interesting one. It's Brinewater with the Ink Rail, aka half of a flank route, which, you know what? It's
Better than none?
It's the thought that counts, you know? Oh, we're going to be anything to Clam Blitz Museum. Oh, I really want a Game 5.
Oh, I think, yeah. That's the goal.
Please, Lords up above, give us a Game 5. But we're going to be starting things off on Clam Blitz Brinewater. This map is compared to a Tetris block for all the right reasons. Because it quite literally is, but in spite of that, it's a pretty fast-paced clam match just because of how small it is. Vic, you have any thoughts on the stage?
Admittedly, even though I want to be like, oh, you know, Brinewater Springs games tend to go pretty fast, we didn't see that happen the last time we had Brinewater Springs on here today. So maybe we can keep up that tradition and see this Brinewater game last the whole 5. Nothing is crazier than a clam match. It goes back and forth. I feel like Clam Blitz on Brinewater Springs in general, even though it can be, you know, super aggressive, super lockouty, as Brinewater always is, this is the mode that I feel like has the most potential for teams to come back on Brinewater, and that gives it a little more power.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that just speaks volumes to just how good Clam Blitz is in this game. It's a really amazing mode.
True.
It works so well on, like,
Clam Blitz
all
fan
the bad
club.
maps.
We got a Clam Blitz fan club up in here. It's so good. It's so good.
It's so good. It's so
And
good.
I
Also,
bet-
commentator bias, it's the best mode to watch, so.
Absolutely.
Oh,
And I
so
bet-
true.
I bet it's some of these players' first times playing Clam Blitz in a coordinated setting, which makes it all the more special because there's nothing more fun than Clam Blitz with a team that's on your wavelength. Already, though, we're going to see some really interesting comps. I remember Yippee Yonder out here with the blob and the range that did so much work, but Umami Unagi running an E-leader for the first time. I'm really interested to see how this goes.
These comps are interesting. Both teams rocking the Entry and Wiper here, and I mean, Entry was working very well here for Umami Unagi, already behind the enemy lines, gets a nice double there. 3 done on the side of Yippee Yonder, but Yippee Yonder, as you said, we've run that range blaster, which, you know, does make my cold heart smile a little bit, seeing that people still try to use that garbage weapon. But Wiper, trying to square up against the leader, actually goes down to the Wavebreaker there. This is a very interesting neutral state we're in right now, Vic.
I'm just watching them go back and forth. You know, both teams are looking for a push opportunity, and that's going to be her coming in straight with that hammer, getting a double, getting a triple, Clam in hand. You gotta wonder if anybody tried to approach that hammer and ended up getting caught. They saw the Clam coming and didn't react in time. Now we see this player here just trying to catch another pick. There's not going to be any more forward momentum with this push, but no one saw the Wiper hiding in the back. Can they get a trade? No. A great starting push, though.
Yeah, a great starting push. I will say, I think the Wiper threw the Clam into that basket right as Yippee Yonder was trying to score into the other basket, but Umami Unagi got there first, got those points first, and kind of threw Yippee Yonder for a bit of a loop, but right now it is Yippee Yonder that has a lot of mid control. How do you think they could take advantage of this?
I mean, it's pretty even in both directions, although one of the players is going to go down to the wave breaker and get a pick in return. Although we are just going 2-2, though this leader is going to be able to hold a lot of mid by themselves, which is kind of a boon. That's why you want the backline of your team to hold you down in those tricky situations. Wiper tries to pop that hammer, but it gets denied by the E-leader once again. An amazing show of control. Rain Flasher gets a pick on the other side, and I mean, looks like Hair is going to be pushing in. It's going to be taken down for their efforts, unfortunately, and the E-leader is backing out a little bit. Mid control is still kind of, they're still kind of in a neutral game. Neither of these teams really seem like they're going to be rearing up to push right now.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's just trying to get some resources online. Neither of these teams have that many clams, but Yippee Yonder does have 10 at their arsenal right now, but it's kind of spread out a little bit awkwardly. The Tri-Storm just see a jump, is going to try and get it, but the drop roller, or no, I think it's just the dodge roll is going to be able to get it out of the way. Tri still gets a pick, but the power clam for Yippee Yonder kind of lost behind them, and Yippee Yonder not quite able to make that push happen here. And Umami Unagi back in a little bit of control. Vic, this has been a very interesting game so far.
Totally. One of the biggest problems sometimes on this map is it can be really hard to get your hands on a lot of clams to push. With Tsukinoko here stealing these clams, Yippee Yonder doesn't really get the opportunity they want while having this hammer running either. Saving the big clam at least so they can go back to pushing in a little bit. Can they catch this player off guard here? Maybe. They don't want that player here when they're gonna push. The Booyah popping out. Love to see that too.
Yeah, but I mean, in Yippee Yonder's haste to catch that flanking Tri Nouveau, Umami Unagi was able to take a little bit more space, and I mean, they're now trying to convert it into a push. Hammer's deep in their spawn right now. Leader gets that nice pick. Tonyo gets another pick.
Ooh.
3 dead on the side of
shot.
Yippee Yonder, but the Tri-Slasher going. Oh, the leader gets the point blank snipe, and Umami Unagi breaks the basket once again.
Doesn't look like there's going to be much follow-up, though, unfortunately. Once again, kind of only getting that push just barely. Really, the name of the game in Clan Blitz is getting a push, getting that basket broken, and then pushing forward. And right now, the E-leader player is a little bit too far back to make any be of any benefit to their team in terms of getting that push going. They're doing a fantastic job of holding mid, but in order to win this game, you need to push past mid, not just hold it. And right now, I don't know, it's still just a testament, though, to how powerful these guys are at just holding.
Yeah, this is a wave breaker battle right now.
Because, I mean, Yippee Yonder hasn't been able to break in through their defenses at all, despite many, many attempts, but they might be going here.
Oh, they
So
don't quite press the A or L button in time. Very unfortunate for Yippee Yonder. They only have 30 seconds left. They are able to pick up that clam and reclaim it, but the Wiper's the one with all the clams. They're stuck in an awkward spot, not able to get any of the clams in, and Yippee Yonder gets wiped out, and that's their chances of getting a score pretty much pushed to 0. I don't think they have any power clam left on the map, so I think this game is going to pretty cleanly go in favor of Umami Unagi as we have just 5 seconds left on the match timer here.
Good on Yippee Yonder, though, for trying to get in there. They had the opportunity, and even if it didn't go in their way, it was kind of almost a testament to Umami Unagi saying, hey, we're coming for you next time.
Yeah, I mean, Yippee Yonder was able to make a pretty good statement with that push. They're definitely capable. They're definitely worthy challengers, but Umami Unagi going to continue with that later undulator action, and it's going to go 1-0 in grand finals, and forcing Yippee Yonder to look to the next map, which is going to be on Zone's Hagglefish. Weef, you have some thoughts on this stage?
It used to be my favorite, but I started to see the light, or rather the darkness in this map.
Yes.
It's
3 Haggle haters in one call. Let's go.
Yes!
I'm not a hater per se. It's specifically on zones. It feels like mid is one big choke point that you're just forced to throw specials at over and over and over to break through. Holding zone doesn't mean that you're able to hold anything past it, and so it just ends up feeling like you're just painting over zone for half the match, and it does get a little bit exhausting. Even if my buddy, my best friend, Hydra Splatling, is good on this map, it's still not the greatest to watch, not the greatest to play if you're anyone but me or an E-leader.
I mean, I'll be real. I feel like Zone's Hagglefish is the return to Splatoon 2, because you're just painting for specials, and then you don't approach, and then you paint the zone, and then you don't approach, and then you use your special, and you just, I don't know, it's an interesting one. I feel like opinion's only gone down a bit, but it's still a pretty solid map. At the very least, lockouts kind of just don't happen on it, which is nice if nothing else.
For sure, but I mean, it's still a fun map, I guess, in a lot of circumstances. It's still solid. It's still better than some of the other ones. That's not mincemeat. Hey, at least it's not mincemeat.
True. I mean,
Yeah,
this map
Hagglefish-
actually doesn't end up on the map list for a reason.
Hagglefish at least has the honor of saying that they're not mincemeat zones or scourge zones or
Ugh, eel tail.
eel tail zones. That was the one I was
Blech.
forgetting. Or undertow zones. there's
Yeah.
a few worse Splatoon 3 zone maps than Hagglefish zones at the very least. So it has a bit of a saving grace in that regard.
Yeah, it still doesn't save it from being anything other than mid because of the mid. Do you think the poll saved it? Do you think the poll made it better or worse?
I think the poll made it a lot worse, and I said it when the poll came out. Because it just makes fighting in mid really awkward. And like now
Yeah,
people
not
just don't
even-
want to fight. Fight me, bro! Come on, what are you scared of? Fight me!
The poll is fine. It's just that the stupid box. It feels like it's just massive and it's just ugh. Blech. I just
Well,
don't
let's not
think
get
that.
rid of it now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we can no longer knock down haggle poll.
that's what you think. I'm coming in with my wrecking ball, and I'm also tearing the ginormous blocks down too. Those can actually no, they're cover. Never mind. Forget
Yeah,
it.
why would you get rid of freaking Hydra player? I swear to God.
Actually,
He wants to get rid of
though,
all
if you
cover.
like cut their height in half and like allowed you to get on top, no, I'm not cooking. I'm not cooking today.
No, I think getting on top of it would be kind of flames, but I think what needs to be lowered is the glass. That needs to be a bit lower to the ground, but I mean,
You mean tent?
Listen.
it's a
You
glass
might have
tent.
some negative opinions about the one and only poll on Hagglefish, but what about the poll on Wahoo World?
See, I think Wahoo pole is very funny as someone who uses a tactical weapon.
Thank
It's so
you.
funny.
Because
Thank
you
you.
Way
just
This is
bigger
the
spot as
opinion
well.
you just sequestered the juice away from where they can reach it. Although now they can reach it,
reaches
I guess.
now.
Yeah, no, you can reach
Yeah,
it
it
It's so
reaches now.
funny. Somebody put a clip on that, like day one, being like, "Now you can get drinks."
It was funnier when you couldn't reach it because
Free
you're like,
soda.
no soda for you.
On our team server, the team that Pinky, the son of a bitch, left, by the way, no longer has the
Yippee.
rights to use this emote. We have a Wahoo pole emote, and it's the best. It's probably one of the top used ones.
Well, no,
because-
we have top Wahoo pole, middle Wahoo pole, and bottom Wahoo pole. So we
This
just
is
extend
true.
the pole as much as humanly possible. So, I mean, what's there to say? It's Wahoo pole. Sadly, we won't be seeing any of that Wahoo pole action, but we will be seeing some Haggle pole action as we get here into Game 2 of Grand Finals here. Is that a junior I saw? And a gold arrow spray?
That is a junior you saw, and a gold arrow spray. It looks like Yippee Yonder's running an old comp. It's really interesting here how Unagi is not opting to run that E-Leader again, even though it did work for them on last game, and E-Leader is stupid broken on this stage. It's Yippee Yonder, though, having that backline is going to have an advantage, but only if that backline can manage to stay alive, and the Wiper is currently causing a lot of mayhem on their backlines.
I mean, Wiper exists to just cause as much ruckus as possible, and here we see a Wiper battle start to happen. Who's it gonna go in favor of? Both are sort of hitting the ground, but it goes in favor of Umami Unagi, and they are starting out, coming out the gate swinging. Tofu on this heavy splatling, just trying to get any sort of paint onto the zone right now, but, I mean, Umami Unagi gets the hammer throw. This is looking really good for them right now, Vic.
Absolutely. I mean, just seeing this as it's going on through, it's Hagglefish zones, man. It's Hagglefish zones. The number
sure
ticking
is.
down though.
Hagglefish zones, but the number is ticking down. Oh, that was a good bomb from the dueling squadrons. They go down with the hammer, though, but the hammer gets taken out, but that gives the chance for Yippee Yonder to get the zones themselves. Close range Crab was able to get a pick, but regardless, Yippee Yonder was able to stack that penalty against them, but Umami Unagi quick on the uptake, and they're already setting up for, you know, just absorbing any offense from Yippee Yonder, so... I don't know, what are some of your thoughts on the situation right now?
I mean, as you say all the time, Yippee Yonder did buy themselves a second lease on life by capping that zone for just a brief instant, but looks like Iwami Unagi is already most of the way through their penalty, and after that there's only gonna be what 20 or so seconds until the zone is done and things KO. But Yippee Yonder once again on the up and up, 90 points and counting. Timer is ticking, and Yippee Yonder really has to move forward and take advantage of whoopsies. That's really rough.
Does that
is not
within,
replay rules. I don't think
not
it's
replay
rules.
I didn't. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was 50 or 30, but considering the fact that this match, considering this is still going on, I'm assuming it is 50. So, unfortunately, actually, Yippee Yonder. I was gonna say they're gonna be forced to take the L, but they're actually kind of cooking. Oh,
Can they just steal it?
Never mind. We do see a replay.
Oh, okay.
Classic commentators
Okay.
not knowing the rules of the tournaments that they are commentating.
We're not the ones
Reading
playing.
the rule set?
Yeah, we're not the ones
should all
playing.
read
Come
the rule
on.
set, by the way,
Nah.
if you're playing in the tournament. Smile.
Yeah, you know what? That's true. That's true. Be better than us.
Be
It's
better
not
than
hard.
us.
We are cringe and fail. You should not be. I mean, we saw, I guess the one player going down gave them fuel to the fire and the will to live on, because they really were starting to do something beautiful right as that player DC'd. And if the match didn't end, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to get a really good push going and further their points and maybe even got a lead, but we will never know. It is lost to time and mystery and all those other things, and we're gonna see if they can kind of make lightning strike twice there and get the game back.
Simply a different timeline.
I will say, I feel like Yippee Yonder got more and more comfortable as time went on, so that reset kind of works in their favor here, because now they're coming off the rip with, you know, all that extra knowledge. And I mean, we saw how they were able to turn it around in, I mean, the last few moments of that match, even after the DC. So we very well might see some of the same here as we go into this little run back of, you know, game 2 for the first time ever.
I've never seen this map before. These team comps entirely new to me. Who even are teams? What's a tournament? I don't know where I am, and I am scared. Where I am though is Hagelfish zones. Unfortunately,
Take me home.
Umami Unagi does have the first zone cap, but it's gonna be quickly kind of neutralized here by Yippee Yonder. They do R2 down though, so it looks like it's not gonna be short-lived. Doesn't look like they're gonna be turning that into a push anytime soon, especially with that crab staring them in the face. Hammer gonna come out though, and maybe able to get a pick, one pick down, not able to grab two before going down themselves, and Yippee Yonder is in a situation that they don't want to be in right now.
Yeah, getting wiped out in this position is really not good right now. Umami Unagi is already below 60 points, threatening to get below 50 points in the first minute right now, and Yippee Yonder really struggling to have a response. Tofu trying to get a pick with his heavy splatling. Dusty throwing that Booyah Ball on the zone, just trying to help get the cap, and it is going to go in favor of Yippee Yonder. Thanks to the help
This
of...
is where Yippee Yonder did come back last time though, so this could be the point where they start to get those kills in. Being 2 down though might be a bit hard.
Yeah, it might be a bit hard, but Vic, what do you think Yippee Yonder could do in this situation?
They have an arrow spray and a splash. So they have strikes and booyah bombs. I have full faith in them to be able to get those points. You see, we can see the special counts for a moment here. They're both very close to having their and their splash. Unfortunate.
Yeah, but I mean, the airspray is going to be able to pop that Booyah, and Dusty Fairy gets the pick with it actually on the Duelist Squelchers. But it is going to be, or still be Umami Unagi who has controlled that zone, but Hammer's going to come out once again. We might see a big play, and I think it's able to get that pick. Jasper still living large here, gets the pick on the dualies as well. Are we seeing a bit of a reversal here?
We are seeing a bit of reversal, and due to the nature of Yippee Yonder's team comp, once they're in, they're going to be pretty hard to dislodge. They're going to have a struggle getting in themselves, but just due to the slower pace of that team with that backline, it can be kind of hard to dislodge them. So while they could potentially lose the zone here, it doesn't look like it. They are going to get the zone capped yet again, and are about to get points taken on the board, done with their penalty. It just seems like they might get, like, it's going to be hard to completely wipe them out and give them a full lockout. Umami Unagi does have the zone, but Yippee Yonder is far from out of the running.
Oh,
Yippee
absolutely.
Yonder also has a lot of pressure with that heavy splatling. Nobody really is able to reach it when you think about it. It's just about if they can keep that heavy safe. We saw them just actually rush to the side here. They have the opportunity to pick people off.
Yeah, I mean, Heavy is famed in this meta for its survivability and its ability to just put out a severe amount of pain. That's exactly the trace that Yippee Yonder's been trying to take advantage of, but that Heavy's going to get picked off. That hammer's gonna get picked off too. Yippee Yonder starting to fall one by one. Aerospray is deadly weak, gets taken out by the burst bomb here, and Umami Unagi through that penalty once again, starting to get some points down, and this is looking rough for them right now, Weef.
It certainly is. Crab Tank on the zone is, in my opinion, the nail in the coffin. There's not going to be much. Even that heavy can't really contest it, and the heavy is dead. There's only 2 on the board. That's going to be game 2 going to Umami Unagi. Really decisive. Yippee Yonder had some great pushes, but they were not quite able to shake the other team.
Yeah, and now Yippee Yonder's in a position where if they want to win the tournament, they have to go for that reverse 3-0. Bet it all. Big old gambit up against Umami Unagi, who's been looking absolutely like an absolute force throughout this entire bracket. So definitely a tall task ahead of them, but I mean, they got to start right here, right now on Game 3, TC Mako. Vic, what are some of your thoughts on the stage?
TC Mako Mart. It's one that we've seen happening for a long time in this game. And honestly, it's just all about making sure that you don't let the team get to that last checkpoint. By that point, it's dangerous. The tower's already in your spawn. It's very hard to fight back. And honestly, if Yippee Yonder keeps that heavy splatling going, that might be a great way to keep that from happening.
Oh yeah, I feel like the heavy spotting was definitely a bit of that secret sauce that Yippee Yonder's been needing to stand up to Umami Unagi. So maybe those kinds of developments will, pay dividends in the latter parts of the set. Do you think we might see some other adaptations from either of these teams?
I don't know about other adaptations, but I do know that the heavy is unfathomably based. We could see some other switches, but I don't think either of these teams are too keen on changing. But actually, I mean, if I remember correctly, the player playing heavy is also the player who plays range, and range is it's a weapon on tower control. You still have the wave breaker, you just have a little bit less paint, but a lot more killing power and a lot more kind of aggression, as long as their team can support them with the paints and the getting people out of the ways and all those good deals.
Yippee Yonder does have the painting weapons to support the range though, and given how scrappy we've seen Umami Unagi be, maybe the blaster is the play.
I mean, just maybe. I mean, in fairness, TC Mako is one of the 3 map modes in the game where range is an actual weapon, so we might see it make a comeback here. Here we go. Game 3 of Grand's tournament point in favor of Umami Unagi. Rapid Deco is going to come out from Sukinoko, and the Squiffer, and the range blaster comes back out alongside the Entry and Wiper on the side of Yippee Yonder.
And the blob.
This is quite a bit of team comp swapping, though, on the side of Umami Unagi. That's 2 big weapon changes, correct?
Yeah, bringing out the Rapid Deco and the Squiffer. Very interesting comp here. Weef, you have some thoughts on these comps?
I mean, they're super interesting. I'm so excited to see how this works. The thing I enjoy most about commentating under like the junior draft specifically is just because you get to see these weird comps, because at these lower levels, things being objectively good or bad don't matter too much, because you'll have the skill level with your weapon to determine like whether or not you'll be good with it. That's entirely the factors. How good you are with something, not how good it is, because your play isn't super well optimized. You're not playing against players who know how to exploit weaknesses and all that. So it's just fun to see weapons that don't usually thrive do some amazing things, like that range, which just got a beautiful pick. Is about to get, almost got 2 beautiful picks. Got an assist. Well, the Tactical Cleaver is going to come out, and Yippee Yonder looking very, very good for themselves here.
Look at how they move around the tower, like up and down, round and about. They're ready to keep pushing that thing along and hopefully not get splatted for it.
I mean, this is the strongest Yippee Yonder's looked all set here. Making a charge for that second checkpoint. Hammer's going to be on tower. Causing a bit of a ruckus here. Yippee Yonder's gotten a lot of value from these hammers. The Squiffer not quite able to find a pick there on the tower. And Yippee Yonder, large and in charge of this push. Past that second checkpoint yet again. Vic, what do you think is happening right now?
I think what's happening right now is Yippee Yonder is really trying to show, hey, we want points too. I heard the commentators. They want a game 5. We're going to try and bring them that game 5.
The range.
Rapid Deco, they didn't see the range at first, and they're able to get the trade on each other. Very interesting development here, but Yippee Yonder will take that, and they'll continue to push the tower in their favor here. Once again, approaching that final checkpoint, that sort of bottleneck on this map. Weef, what is going on?
I mean, I see this Viper playing like a pro, pushing up exactly to how much they need it. Hammer gonna be coming out at the exact right moment, pushing forward and alleviating pressure as the team needs it to get to this final through this final check. They are 2 down, but so is the other team, and this Viper is just still doing so much pressure, putting so much work in, doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I mean, Yippee Yonder, that push of theirs lasted more than 2 minutes, which is absolutely ridiculous. This is an insane amount of time to have momentum in your favor. So, I mean, good on them. They set that goalpost very, very far away, down at 16, and Umami Unagi has their work cut out for them if they want to, you know, approach that lead, but they're starting to get it started a little bit here, Vic.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate that they actually do go 2 down just at this moment, but they need to get that momentum back on their side.
Yeah, I mean, momentum is absolutely a key player here, and right now it firmly... Oh, okay, that was a bit of a delayed kill, but the range gets the direct regardless. But yeah, momentum is firmly on the side of Yippee Yonder right now, and it's making things a lot harder for Umami Unagi to approach, even if they, you know, have some of the tools, because I think Yippee Yonder's in their heads just a little bit right now.
Yeah, I mean, just the constant aggression, the constant pushing, they're really starting to get Umami Unagi staggered. And though, you know, they're going to get a pick and Yippee Yonder is 3 down, they're still just putting pressure. That's going to be effectively delayed wipe, which could be the break, the lucky break, especially as these jump changes keep going in and keep getting picked, that Umami Unagi needs to kind of get a push of their own going. They've only touched the tower 2 points past that, past the neutral state of the tower, which is absolutely insane for how long this game has been going on.
They do have the Inkjet ready to go, though, which could help them with making this push. I would say about half of this team has a hard time touching the Inkjet, so if the Inkjet stays in the same spot, they could get a couple of picks before it ends. So close, but at least doing a good amount of chip damage. That's actually a triple now on the side of Yippee Yonder down. This could be where they push.
Yeah, and Range Blaster goes down too. Rapid Blaster gets some is assisting their teammates beautifully here, trying to find a pick on this Blobber. As you know, we do see one on the side of Yippee Yonder go on the right stack, but that Rapid is going to be the tower rider here, has to desperately stay alive and is able to break that checkpoint. Finally, checkpoint broken. What is going on here?
People are exploding left and right.
Well, Umami Unagi keeps having the opportunities given to them. They just have to get that push in.
Yeah, it's just this Rapid Deco all alone, fighting on this tower. Pops Inkjet a little bit too late, gets taken out by the Tri-Slosher, and I think that might seal the deal here. There's only 9 seconds left in this game, and Yippee Yonder just has to defend the tower for a little bit longer, and they'll be awarded with their first game win. The tower's in possession of Umami Unagi right now, but the Rapid goes down, and Yippee Yonder still showing signs of life, taking game 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the reverse sweep has begun. We want to see a game 5, and all Yippee Yonder has to do is take the next game before we see it. I believe in them, especially after how dominant they played in this game. I'm excited to see what comes from them next.
Oh yeah, the wind is definitely back in their sails for sure after that game. Just getting such a strong opening push that lasted for such a long time was just so constricting on Umami Unagi, and I mean, we saw how well Yippee Yonder could push, but I feel like that's only going to be emphasized as we go to Game 4. Rainmaker on Eeltail Alley. Vic, what are some of your thoughts on this stage?
I'm thinking, if anything, if you're Yippee Yonder, the Range Blaster is staying now. The Range Blaster reaches so many places on this map. But if you're Umami Unagi, you're wondering, wait, how do we counter Range Blaster? Do we bring in more paint, perhaps? I will say that I think Umami Unagi had a hard time holding down the paint in our last game in comparison to the previous 2.
Yeah, I definitely think it's likely that Umami Unagi goes back to their comp that's been working for them, which is the Wiper and Try, Splash, and Dually Squelchers that, you know, it's really gotten them this far in the bracket. So I'd imagine that they're going to go back to form, but, I mean, who knows? They might need a special answer for the Range Blaster, but here we go, Game 4 between Umami Unagi and Yippee Yonder.
This map is so weird. It's so thin, and this charger that is going to come out from Umami Unagi is going to be able to exploit the fact that it's so thin because it can watch over basically the entirety of the map in one spot. It's absolutely insane, and that vac that's going to be coming out from it is also going to be quite a boon in these pushes that are going to be coming up here. And so now it's a big fight in mid for who gets the, you know, the first advantage state. There is a lot of Umami Unagi's paint out there, and they do pick up first, but Wikiana is not out the game yet, but with 3 down, it's looking pretty rough for them.
Yeah, it's just the Wiper and Umami Unagi going right, but the Wiper from the heavens descends on them. Jasper is able to stop that checkpoint from happening, and that gives, EP Yonder just enough time to respawn and sort of get their bearings once again as they're trying to defend against this Rainmaker here, but here comes the ink back on the side of Umami Unagi. It's gonna get 2 picks.
Good catch.
Oh my god.
But they don't get the checkpoint still. It's just the Blob Bomber defending alone. Surely it's not gonna happen a 3rd time in a row. There we go, Vic.
Surely? Question mark? Surely
Vic, what
is the true question there.
One of these prospects right now, it looks like Umami Unagi might just run away with it here.
Umami is playing extremely aggressively, and it's working out very well for them on this map. Now the question is, does this Rainmaker want to run? With it being 3v3, they might get a lot of
Oh my
points
God.
so close. Jasper with the amazing save there.
Yeah, but this Rainmaker is in a very dangerous territory for Yippee Yonder here. So deep in their enemy territory, but the Tri-Nuvo goes down. Yippee Yonder is able to defend it just a little bit, but Hersher is still on the pursuit. Do you think we might see another push?
You could definitely see another push. Are you kidding? I mean, Umami Unagi is still in their walls, and Yippee Yonder is 2 down. Rainmaker is reset, which is going to put quite a stall in Umami Unagi's plans to kind of want to get it knocked out early. Sword fight that Hersher takes out on top, once again kind of cementing that they have good control of mid. It's 2-2 right now, and there's players jumping into mid on Umami Unagi's side, so it's looking pretty good for them right now. And Yippee Yonder, once again, it's the exact opposite of last set. They were making it really hard for Umami Unagi to get out, and now the shoe is on the other foot.
Yeah, now it's Umami Unagi who had that immediate push. It's so deep. Charger gets a nice pick. It's 2 versus 2 right now, but Yippee Yonder must feel so intimidated having to go all the way down to 6 points to get this lead. Tony is going to be popping back a bit far away from the action, though, not getting that much value, just getting that shot. Is he going to get a pick? It's not. Delayed
Very scared of that hammer jump scare there.
That was a bomb. Okay. very peculiar situation. Vic, what are some of your thoughts right now?
I'm really enjoying the positioning that Tonyo has, even if the VAC didn't do too much for them at the time. By sticking to more of the middle of the map, they're making sure that Yippee Yonder doesn't have any opportunities to paint up to prepare for a push.
Yeah, exactly.
Great double there.
Yeah, great double, but like you said, Vic, Umami Unagi is being very careful to make sure that, there's no real point for Yippee Yonder to push, but this might be their chance here and now. How do you going to take advantage of it?
I think they're going to take advantage of getting the pick on the Tri-Slosher. They're not quite pushing it up as fast as I would like to see, but they're getting the picks to support it. They'll see the Wiper go down, taking out Tsukinoko with them, and this is going to be the checkpoint for a wipe. Not exactly the situation you want to see, especially with only 1:30 left for them to push it all the way to 6, but it is going to be a massive, massive barrier out of their way, and I'm sure a huge relief as they start to push back in.
Yeah, that checkpoint absolutely makes a difference.
Oh, for sure. That checkpoint is so brutal on this map. Nice flick indirect from Tofu there on that range blaster. I definitely saw that. That was insane. But, I mean, regardless, Umami Unagi just has such a command and control. It's going to be up to Yippee Yonder if they can really play together as a team and maximize every single last team fight here right now.
Range is still putting in so much work, stalling out the other team long enough for Yippee Yonder to move back in and get some picks of their own. Looks like Jasper is going to be coming in with a hammer, not quite getting a pick yet, but putting a lot of pressure. It looks like they're going to push all the way up to 42, but that's not going to be anywhere near enough to get this lead back. But with 3 down on the side of Yippee Yonder, or Umami Unagi, this is Yippee Yonder's chance. They just have to push it a little bit more, have to get a little bit more of an advantage, and just keep pushing forward, keep stalling, keep fighting to take this game.
But this Rainmaker is just now getting popped. There's 15 seconds left on the clock. This is Yippee Yonder's final chance. They have to get it to 5 here and now. But the Rainmaker is in possession of Umami Unagi with 9 seconds to go. They lose it just at the very end. It's 3 versus 3, fighting for this Rainmaker.
Is that hammer gonna come out, try and force the pop?
Hammer gets 2.
With the hammer
it's the
pop.
DS. We're in overtime right now.
Go!
Yippee Yonder has to move, but the DS is there to stop it. But the Rainmaker gets taken out. I think it was by whoever just respawned, but regardless, Umami Unagi clutches it out and is your junior draft champions.
What a wild finish to that match. Good job.
Can we appreciate their drip for a second? Those are some fine looking cephalopods right there, all doing the undulator. Absolute congratulations to these guys. We saw them in a few different sets absolutely sweep the floor with the other team. It was insane.
Yeah, this was one hell of a tournament, that is for sure. All these teams played absolutely incredibly. I mean, huge props to Yippee Yonder, putting up one hell of a fight versus Umami Unagi, but ultimately Umami Unagi are going to be your champions. So, I mean, massive props to them for a team that, you know, was forced together not too long ago. They've been playing really well throughout this tournament. Definitely better than I expected.
Really good to see, because Yippee Yonder came up from being 1-0 down in the early part of this tournament, like that we got to watch, and moved all the way to get all the way to finals. That's something to be proud of, for sure.
Oh, absolutely. You only lose to the number one, the top dog, proving yourselves, like Yippee Yonder proved without a shadow of a doubt, they're the number 2 in this bracket, which is absolutely something to be proud of. But, if you have any closing thoughts right here?
I hope that every single team that participated in this event had a ton of fun. I know I had fun spectating and casting and all of that fun stuff, but this is kind of, you know, a good way to get into the comp scene, start to, you know, really figure out if it's something you like, if it's something you want to, you know, pursue a little bit more in the future. Hope it was a great first step in, a great first impression for all of these players who have never played with a team before, and hope to see you all again eventually on the battlefield.
Absolutely.
I mean, what a great tournament. Congrats again to Umami Unagi for taking it. Congrats to Yippee Yonder for second. I think Crab Cries got third. Quick Quill got fourth. So that's going to be our top 4 for gold bracket. But with that being said, that's going to be all for all of us here at Under Pressure. But before we go, I got to know, VicVion, in case anyone doesn't know, where can we find you?
Hi, I'm mostly on the YouTubes, and I spend a little too much time on Twitter. Anything that I see that I think, oh, this could make a funny picture, I post it before I'm even, like, done with my thought. So, I'm mostly on Twitter and on YouTube at VicVion, VicVilon. And I like showing up in random places, too.
Fair enough. I mean, absolutely make sure you follow VicVion for some fine Splatoon content, but we can't forget about Weef. Weef, where can we find you?
You can find me on both Twitter and the Twitches at Weef Slider, like Reef Slider, but with a W. And last but certainly not least, Pinky, where can we find you? Certainly not on the Squid Sushi Twitter, am I right?
Oh my god, you're gonna keep bringing that up, huh? Pouring salt into your own wound, I see. But you guys can find me at twitter.com, at brokenpinky_, where I give some mid-takes and I try to deflect being attacked by Weef at all hours of the day, but with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching this amazing tournament. Hope you all had an amazing time. I wish to see many guys in the competitive scene moving forward, but with that being said, take care, have a good one.
It's also National Think a TO Day! Think a TO today!
Ooh, thank them, they're awesome!